Hello there. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining so quickly. Tuna the Nerds and Flavius, I appreciate you guys a lot. I'm not going to make a big talk, that definitely, because I'm doing a little bit of a silly thing, joining ToBuJam at the not last minute, but definitely the last day essentially. So yeah, yesterday I was watching the Nerds on stream, and I made the decision that I'm not going to attempt making a game for TryJam and ToBuJam at the same time, because the TryJam deadline is at 11 o'clock in my local time in the morning, so it wasn't feasible. And also I pivoted not last night, but sometime in the afternoon yesterday, because I was going to make a proper classic Tamagotchi game, but then I realized that I'm not really into those. Anyway, what I'm into are action games. So yeah, also when in doubt, make a snake game, I figured. So this is what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to show you quickly where I am at the moment. Essentially nowhere. I got this, not train, but a little truck and a couple trailers behind it. You can move around and all the trailers follow you, and this is it. So I got the snake mechanics kind of working, but this is it. So not a lot. However, I do have a to-do list, and I've been doing a lot of planning, because essentially I was trying to make something for TryJam, and to succeed at TryJam, I usually do a lot of planning, so I don't have any question marks while I'm developing. So yeah, this is the freaking to-do list. I am going to make a game where you need to pick up, and this is going to be a little inspired, I think, possibly subconsciously, by the Super Cat Cafe game. So you're gonna have to pick up a bunch of items and deliver it to your creature. The creature is going to either be placed on the level somewhere, and you'll just drive around him. But it's also possible that I'm going to put the creature on the UI. I'm not so sure yet. But definitely I'm sure that this vehicle that you control, that is made up of multiple parts, these trailers, this is what you're going to have to use to pick up the various items that are either going to fall from the skies or just appear in the middle of nowhere in the level, in unoccupied spaces. And you'll be able to pick them up, and you'll be able to drop them off at your creature, somewhere next to your creature at a designated drop-off point. That is the plan. And the creature is going to have a bunch of levels, just like most Tamagotchi-like games have. So health, happiness, food, drink, etc. And this is probably not needed anymore. So yeah, this is more than enough. Yeah, some items are going to be bad for your creature. So if you pick up something that you don't really want to pick up, and I've placed a few tricky items in the queue, then you're just gonna have to deliver it to your creature and face the consequences. Or you can just make do, and essentially the trailer will contain this item that you don't want, but you can just leave it there. So yeah, this is the plan. This is wonky, but this is the plan, and it's going to be a survive as long as you can type of deal. So there's no win condition, I guess. Just a infinite gameplay, and when your creature is dead, then you are dead as well. So I figured that there shouldn't be any lives or anything, just a single attempt, roguelike stuff. Okay, so yeah, let me just get started, because as I mentioned, the time frame is quite small. I have almost 6.5 hours to do this, and to reach something that is, a good submission, or at least a decent one. So yeah, I'm going to get started by checking out what's on the to-do list. So vehicle made up of a fixed number of trailers. This is something I did yesterday evening after the nerd stream. I used a feature in Construct for the first time yesterday, and it seemed to work fine. So this is what I'm going to go with. This is called the follow behavior, where you essentially synchronize positions of multiple objects to each other with a certain delay. either in time or distance. I'm using the distance delay version. So yeah, I figured that the player shouldn't be able to decelerate, I mean to reverse, but deceleration is fine. So I guess it won't be a classic Snake game in a sense that it is not going forward all the time. You can actually control it, but this might change if it turns out it's too easy to play it this way. So yeah, I am going to make some spawners because I have not done that yet. So let me just create the first sprite on this layout, because all the other ones are in the object templates tab, which is just two, one for the truck and one for the trailer. So I am going to create a little circle just as usual and use it as a placeholder. Right. This will be our player spawner, I guess. And we also have to add an item spawner, I guess. I'm going to color it differently. And for now, this is alright, I think. So I'm just going to put the player spawner in the middle of the layout, although I think I'm going to resize the layout to something bigger. Okay, now I'm going to center it. Oh yeah. Boom. Okay, so the player will start in the middle. Just as a temporary measure, I'm going to add a little floor texture so we can see actually the movement, because if it's just a single color, it's not really easy to make out. So I'm just going to do the usual and make a little checkerboard pattern. By the way, I collected a couple assets, but not decorations and textures and stuff like this, so this will probably happen somewhere after the stream and before the deadline, hopefully. If not, then it's going to just look really ugly, and this is fine. I'll be happy if the mechanics are working and the game is acceptable amount of fun. So yeah, I'm going to resize this a little, put it in the top left corner and make it the same size as the layout. Oof, it's freaking ugly, sorry about that. Okay, so now it is in the background. I'm going to lock it because I won't touch it again for some time. Okay, so right now if I start the game, oh no, something I forgot. So yeah, this will be our spawner and it's going to spawn a player. However, right now there is an automatic spawning right here. This is going to go out. Instead, I'm going to use the classic spawner logic that I use nowadays. So I'm going to create a spawner action sheet. And sometimes I remember what's the emoji that I use, but not right now. Let's go with a little star. Okay, so I'm gonna make a custom action for the spawner called init. And based on the animation that the spawner is playing, I am going to spawn something. So spawner is playing, and I already have, no, I don't have an object type for the player object, but I'm going to make that one quickly. So I called it player anyway, so I should probably change it to truck. So yeah, this should be truck because I'm spawning a truck. Okay, so if the spawner is playing the truck animation, then this should spawn. So I can just say probably instead of this spawning stuff, oh no, this is fine. Or is it? Let's go with that. Yeah, create an object by name is what I'm going to do, and use the spawner's animation name. Boom. It should be on the same layer as the spawner, which is right now the main layer, and the position should be the spawner's position. I'm going to create the hierarchy because I definitely need it for the truck as well, because it is made up of two objects. So this goes for the truck and the trailer as well. There's a truck sprite and it has a hierarchy, and as a child the truck 3D object is placed on top of it. Yeah, all the objects and every asset that you see are from, let me just, K-Kit is another excellent choice for placeholder assets. You can find it on itch. It's freemium type of deal. There are a bunch of free assets, and if you like it and need more, then you can buy the full version, which includes some more assets. And there are like, I don't know, half a dozen packs at least. So yeah, these trucks and the trailer objects are from the K-Kit collection. So yeah, okay, I was going to make the spawner work. So I'm going to remove this. And of course I will need to add the little event here. So whoops, no, not like this. I'm already scrambling. So spawner created. I'm going to call the init function. So this is all right, but the camera is not following the player, not at the moment, I think. So we're gonna have to make a camera sprite, probably like a helper sprite, which is not going to show up. But for now, I might just go with a little... No, I'm going to make a camera sprite. Why not? It should be attached to the player as well, the truck. So let's go with a typical placeholder graphic, just so I can find it fairly easily when making the code. Okay, so this will be our little camera. I'm going to attach it to the truck as a child, and I'm going to place it somewhere like here. And I'm going to create an action sheet for this as well. So a camera, let's just look for a camera, maybe this, all right. So let's make the initialization stuff. And we are also going to need a tick custom action, because the camera will need to be updated based on the player's current position. So I'm going to connect these. In the eCycles event sheet, I'm going to call the camera tick action, and right here I'm going to add the little, I'm doing the same crap again, sorry. So camera created, camera init, that's it. So the init should make something fairly similar to the tick, but without smoothing. So camera X should be wherever the camera sprite is. Camera Z should be something that is a magic number for now, but I'm going to refactor it later. So, and look at should be the truck's position. So truck.x and truck.y, and truck.z elevation, which will be 0. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to move it further from the ground, but yeah, this is fine. And I'm going to put the same right here for now, just to see how it looks. Okay, so this is how it looks. If I start moving, then the camera is quite rigidly following the player or the truck. However, I have a little issue. Why is there no trailers? I forgot something. Okay, so yeah, I'm not calling this, I think that's the problem. Yeah, so I don't just need to create the truck as a normal thing. Instead, I will need to add some parameters. So yeah, I'm just going to check the animation name of the spawner. And if it's playing the animation that is the object name of the truck, which is truck, then I'm going to do something else. And otherwise, for other type of object, I'm just going to do the classic spawner logic. So right here, I'm going to say truck spawn instead, which is a custom action I wrote yesterday. It should spawn, of course, at the spawner's location. And here's where I specified the trailer count. I'm going to go with 5 for now. Okay, so this is better. Now there are actual trailers behind the truck, which is cool. The Z elevation is a little sus. The truck is slightly overlapping with the ground, which is suboptimal. I can handle it a couple of ways. I think I'm just going to go with some Z offset stuff, possibly on the 3D models. I can just change its Z elevation to something that is a little higher. Oh, I might have nailed it for the first try. So Z elevation 5. I can't really see it because Construct does not have a free roaming camera, but okay, this is acceptable for now. What if I change it to 4? Is it going to overlap the ground? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's just leave it at 5. This is fine. Let's save. I'm cooking in 3D again. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I might have got addicted to this stuff. Although I also choose 3D because I spent almost the whole day yesterday, including the time I wasn't paying complete attention to your stream, searching for assets, and I was really struggling to find assets that would go well that are 2D. And finally, I found these 3D assets, so I figured that, okay, I guess I'm going to make a 3D game. Not that it's going to be 3D proper. So this is the typical construct type of 3D. It's 2.5D at best. It has 3D models, but no 3D physics, for example. So everything is happening in 2D in the engine internally. So yeah, okay. Let's check the to-do list. Vehicle made out of fixed number of trailers. Player can accelerate, decelerate, turn, but can't reverse. Okay, I'm going to make this happen. Also, right now the player is just using the arrow keys. I mean, you can only use the arrow keys to control this, and not the WASD keys, for example, which is suboptimal. And this is just working because I left the default controls checkmark turned on. So the truck is powered by the car behavior, which makes it quite easy to make anything that resembles even remotely a car as a movement. So right here I have default controls turned on. If I turn them off, then I can no longer move the car or the truck. However, I'm going to fix that. And I'm going to make it quite dirty in this case, I think. I'm just going to add some events with the keyboard and the gamepad. So while a key is down, let's go with the first, the W key, and also I'm going to turn this into an O block, or OR block, I mean. Do I have the gamepad object? Not yet. Let's just add that so I can handle gamepad input as well. It doesn't really take much effort to do that. So gamepad. And let's go with the D-pad controls first. So D-pad up should be the matching one. And I am going to say truck, simulate control, and accelerate. This is easy. I'm going to copy this 3 more times and make the rest of it. However, I do want to skip the part that allows the player to reverse, because if I reverse... Hey Captain Anosa, thanks for joining in, welcome in. I am indeed doing the ToBuJam. Yesterday I saw you in the... which chat it was? Damn, my memory is failing me. So you said that if you knew about the theme, you might have joined. Well, I wasn't joking about how about today, because yeah, I essentially started today. So yeah, but then again, I'm cheating. So yeah, by using construct. So okay, so this should be break, but a big freaking to do command goes right there. And this should be steer left, and this should be steer right. Yeah. How are you doing, by the way, Captain Anosa? And what was that last game that you were working on? Because I missed the stream, but I saw the notification in the Discord server. And I saw that you were also taking a break from your big tycoon project to do something else, some shoot-em-up stuff, but I'm skipping on the name. So what was the reason for this? Because I'm in a similar situation, slightly. I'm also working on another monthly jam, and I am taking a break from it for 2 days. One of the days was yesterday, and the other one is today. And tomorrow I'm going to continue with that. But yeah, I figured that I can probably do this. But then again, it might turn out to be not true. Okay, so let's just see if the controls are working. So, okay, WASD are indeed controlling the truck. And this is the problem, as you can see. So if I reverse, then some sassiness happens, because the trailer parts of the truck are just following the position of the of the truck. So the trailers are following the position of the truck with a certain delay in distance, and this means that this is suboptimal. So yeah, I'm going to only allow braking if the player is going forward, or yeah, I guess that could be a good check. Is there compare speed stuff? Indeed it is. It is there. Now the question is that, does it give me negative speeds if it's going backwards? We'll see. So I'm going to say that braking should be only allowed if the current speed is bigger than 0. If this doesn't work, then it's a problem, because I'm going to have an issue that I need to... Okay, it works. Whew. Thank you, Construct. So yeah, I'm only allowing the braking to happen if the truck is indeed going forward, and if it has a 0 speed or standing still, in other words, it does not happen. So yeah, this was fairly easy, I guess. Goodbye to do comment. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to change some stuff about the camera, and I'm going to do some really ugly stuff. So I'm just going to position the camera sprite a little further from the player. I am also going to create a constant camera Z elevation, and I'm going to, I don't know, say 300, and stick it right here. So it should be a fixed Z elevation, I figure. I don't think I want the camera to move closer to the ground in the Z axis. So yeah, this could work. Now we are a little further. However, the camera is still very rigid as the player is turning. So I am going to try to add some smoothing. So the initialization is fine, because the camera should be positioned in the current position. But the tick, which is the, what is it called in Godot? I always skimp on this. Process? No, that's Unity, right? I don't know. The event or the function that gets called every tick. Why am I so bad at remembering things? Never mind. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to add some smoothing using the famous exponential decay function. So camera x should be functions.xdecay, and wherever the camera is at the moment. And yeah, it should converge to the camera sprite's position, and there should be a factor, which I'm also going to put in probably a separate constant later. I'm gonna do the same thing for this. And let's just see how this looks, but I will probably need to add the smoothing to the look at position as well. Okay, so it's a little better. The camera is definitely not as rigid, which is nice. I'm going to make that constant that I mentioned. I don't know if this is the best way to call it, but never mind. I'm just going to do that. And this factor should be this one. Okay. So I'm gonna try to see if this lower camera is actually better, but I think it is. It might make things a little woozy. Huh, okay. Plan B. What if I don't synchronize the angle of the camera sprite? Okay, so this is more snake-like. I think this is better. It's not spinning around so much. So yeah, this should be a little easier on the eyes. I'm just going to try to do some smoothing on this part as well. So look at should be working like this, I guess. Oh yeah, there's this little camera panning at the beginning, but yeah, this is all right, I think. I'm not quite sure why it is happening, but I don't think I'm going to make a problem of this. But I will try a quick fix. Oops, I'm pressing keys all over the freaking place. Never mind. I'm not going to spend time on this for now. I'm just going to make a to-do comment. Right. To-do list time. So vehicle made out of fixed number of trailers. Player can accelerate and decelerate or turn, but can't reverse. This is done. Keyboard and gamepad input should be working. Let me just find the gamepad. The average goob, hello, welcome in. I had no idea you could do 3D games in Construct. Well, you can't really, but you can do something. Yeah, Construct does have a 3D camera, and this means that you can essentially place a camera and look anywhere on the layout, which is cool. So you can already make some kind of 3D effect, I guess, but none of the behaviors, the movement behaviors, or essentially any behavior in Construct support 3D. So there are no 3D collisions, nothing like that. But visually, you can do some stuff. And you can also do something like this, a 3D shape, which should probably... yeah, no, this is the perfect name for it, but it is super limited. So there's box, prism, and a couple other shapes. This is also a stock add-on in Construct, not an add-on, a plugin, but this is mostly it. And if you want to use 3D models, and I am using 3D models like these, you can rely on a third-party option, an add-on by Kindai Games, also known as Mika, who's an awesome developer making all kinds of fancy stuff for Construct. And this allows you to import GLB or GLTF models. So with a single albedo texture, no materials and fancy lighting or anything, although there are add-ons that can also fake lighting as well, but I have not used any of them. So yeah, it's a wishy-washy kind of deal in Construct. And the developers of Construct Skira always say that this is a 2D engine. You can do some 3D visuals, but this is a 2D engine. Don't try to attempt stuff like you would do in Unity or Godot or something like that. So yeah, but I like the limitations. I love the limitations, in fact, because it can make you try really sussy but sometimes working implementations of certain effects, which is cool. So okay, keyboard input was working. Let me just check if the gamepad input is also working, so I can take this off. Kind of, yeah, this is horrible, but yeah, I'm going to make some changes to the gamepad input because I didn't think that D-pad thing through. So yeah, I should probably use, I don't know, but most car games and driving games use for acceleration and deceleration on the gamepad. If anyone in chat is more accustomed to this sort of thing, I would love some opinions or some practices. But I figure I should probably do it on the trigger, right? Or maybe the A button, I don't know. I'm gonna do both. So with W, I guess this is the up direction, so this should be, I don't know, the right trigger. And deceleration should be the left trigger, I guess. Pretty legit, thanks, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I missed a few messages. Oh, Goob, you already played the Nerds Jemmy game. This is so cool. I haven't had the time, fancy that, to try it out, but tomorrow I will definitely do that. A little bit more time to round since I couldn't beat my... Yeah, it was fun to watch you struggle yesterday, Bernardo. And I'm pretty sure that I'm going to do just as bad as you did, because my memory is crap. It was stressful. I knew I was going to struggle. My short-term memory is... Oh yeah, join the club, Goob. Welcome to the club, I mean. Wishy-washy is the definition of game, Red. You're making it work well. I'm trying, but thanks. So yeah, okay. For the turning, I'm also considering some other options, I guess. Compare axis should be a friend of ours. So it should be able to turn with the left analog stick. I'm just going to do this and do the same with this one. I'm not going to bother about the amount the left analog stick is pressed. I don't know if what's the right term, but yeah. So I'm just going to use it as a digital input essentially. You can turn left and right, and that's it. So acceleration is fine. Okay, the analog stick is definitely not working, so I messed up something. Left analog x-axis is greater than 0. Okay, I'm stupid. This should be here. And this should be here. Good. Okay, so I can now press the analog stick to turn, the right trigger to accelerate, and the left trigger to decelerate. No, this is not happening. What did I screw up? Left shoulder button I added instead of the trigger, although I might probably add both, I guess, because why not? I'm not going to use it anyway for other stuff, so trigger or button. Left shoulder button, right, okay. Trigger, button, right, left, okay, this is good. Let's try again. Good. Boom. Okay, so keyboard and gamepad input is done, kind of. I'm still going to need the button for dropping stuff, but this comes later. So vehicle can crash if driven into obstacles. Okay, let's make a little obstacle. And this is one of the assets that I have not chosen yet, but whatever, I'm going to make something later. So I'm just going to use the spawner and create a separate animation called obstacle. And for now, I don't know, maybe it should be a tree or something. I'm going to see if I can quickly find a tree in one of the asset packs. So I think I saw one in this, but maybe not. Oh yeah, a couple of trees. They look fairly minimal, but yeah, they will do for now. So let's go with GLTF. Yeah, this should work. Tree desert, tree forest. Okay, I'm going to open a little tool that I used, Babylon.js sandbox, which is great for debugging and just viewing GLTF and GLB models. Okay, so this is not a tree, this is a freaking cactus, but never mind. This is the one that I was looking for. Okay, so this could work. I'm going to say tree. I'm not even going to make it an option to make an obstacle. And also I'm just going to duplicate the animation. So tree, I'm going to paint it green, so it's a little easier to distinguish, and put a couple more here and there. Right, so these should probably have a circular or kind of circular collision polygon. This is fine. I'm going to remove a couple of points because this is way too high resolution. Good. So obstacles should be solid, which means that these spawners will have to be made solid as well. So I'm going to add the solid behavior, which will interact with the truck's car behavior automatically, but maybe not in the best way, but we'll see. Also, if this spawner is completely solid, this could lead to an issue. So right here, when I'm spawning the truck, I'm also destroying the spawner. And for other stuff, I'm going to leave it as is, so the spawners are going to stay on the map. Okay. I will need to add the new 3D shape, no, 3D object. And also check chat. Sorry guys. Ooh, damn. Surfer beat it. She came up with ways to remember the combos in groups instead of the individual. Nice techniques. I did it today too and managed to beat it. That's a relief, I guess, but you don't have to update it anymore. So the difficulty curve is not impossible. That's good to know. I was coming up with words and putting them into song to remember. Yeah, good technique. Sorry guys, I'm trying to read chat, but at the same time I also need to freaking grind this game into existence. So yeah, I think I'm not going to read everything. I mean, read it out loud, but yeah. Right, okay, where was I? 3D object. I don't need this, so let's just import the files. So tree forest GLTF should, it's a sussy name. For some reason it has the GLTF and the GLB extension as well, so let's just go with tree.glb. I'm going to reference it right here. Oops. And I need to size it. Okay, this is pretty good. Let me just try this right here. Try it on for size. I don't want it to be too big because it would occlude a bunch of stuff behind it. So yeah, also I will need to add some initial rotation to it. I'm pretty sure that it's similar to this. We'll see. So minus 90. Okay, good. Now it's the right way up. I think I'm going to scale it up a little more. Maybe this is too big, we'll see. And I'm going to name it Tree 3D. Right, the origin point is fine. I'm just going to drop this right here. And also the spawner should be called T3D, so it spawns the same object name as the animation's name. Boom, we got trees. Let's see if we can drive into them. Oh, definitely we can. Now the problem with not being able to reverse is this. This is bad. Yeah, this is a problem, definitely. However, the to-do list said something different. It said that vehicle can crash if driven into obstacles. So I guess if you drive into a tree, you should just die, I guess. Maybe that's too harsh. I don't know. Also, let me check something. The car behavior, yeah, has this friction component. Slow down when hitting solids between 0 and 1. Let's see what happens if I set it to 0. But because of the follow behavior on the yeah, I mean, it's not as bad. But then again, in this case, we don't really have a consequence of hitting a tree, so yeah. Right, so I need to add some sort of variable for the player, that is the truck, that signifies if it's dead or not. So is dead, it's default, by default it's 0, and if I hit a tree, I think it should be just set to 1, and I'm going to show like game over text or something for now anyway. Maybe I can refine it a little, so if you hit it with a big speed then you die, but if you only, you know, scratch it a little bit, then you're fine. I think this can be achieved by monitoring the speed at which you hit the obstacle. So right, however, right now I want the player to completely lose the game when they are hitting the tree. So I'm going to say truck collision with another object that is a spawner that is playing the, and I don't have the macro set up yet, but I'm going to do that. So OT tree 3D, I guess, was the name of the object. So yeah, boom, I'm going to move this to my macro event sheet, or more like constant sheet, right here. So when it's hitting the 3D tree object, or the spawner that spawned that object, then I should just set the value of isDead to yes, which is shorthand for 1. I don't use booleans in construct. I don't think I had a stream where I forgot to say this, but yeah, it comes up quite often. So isDead is now yes. Jamaway, thank you. I got this well. I really hope I do. Yeah, jamming is jamming, and it's making me quite focused at the moment. I wonder how long this will last. Right, okay, so the collision stuff is happening here, and this also means that I don't want the player to be able to control the vehicle, so to speak, after this happens. And I also need to, yeah, I'm wondering how should I do the whole input handling stuff. But I think I'm going to do it the honorable way. At first, I'm going to rename my truck to player, because I always look for something called player when making this sort of thing, and it's really confusing that there is no player object. So yeah, the truck is now player. Also, I'm going to make a family called player underscore, because what if I make this game into local multiplayer later? And if I do, then this will make stuff a lot easier. So can I add isDead now? No, I cannot, because there's already a variable called that. Okay, so let me just fix that quickly. You know what? No, I'm not going to bother with this. This is a freaking jam game. I have 5 hours or something. No. Yeah, I'm just going to do everything on the player object. So right. Let's go with player tick, or I already have this vehicle stick stuff. So yeah, I can do everything here. I don't need this at this point, I think. Okay, so I'm going to cut some corners, and I'm only interested in the player in this case. Oh, I can just copy this. Also, I need to fix some macros, because I renamed my truck object to player. Okay, so now it should be working fine again. And where was I? Right here. So okay, if this is the player, I need to handle the input. And to do that, I am going to add some input variables, 4 of them actually. So on the player object, I'm going to add in left, in right, in accelerate, and in brake. Okay, so right here I am going to make some stuff and things. Actually, let's do it this way, it's a little more readable. So I'm only interested in the player object, which is a member of the vehicles family. And player variable, let's go with accelerate first. So if it's accelerating, and similarly if it's braking, if it's turning left, if it's turning right, and I'm going to move the stuff from the input sheet right here. So also this check can move. This is for the brake, right? Okay, so this is a little more clear or decoupled from the input handling and the actual stuff that is going to happen because of the input. So I'm just going to set the variables instead. Set value in accelerate should be yes, and otherwise it should be no. Okay, I'm going to copy this a couple more times, and also this, but set it to the right variables, of course. So D is in right, A is in left, S is in brake, okay, accelerate, brake, left, right. This is fine, I think. We'll see. I'm going to run the game and see if it's still okay. Something is sus. Something is definitely sus. I made too many changes. Who would have thought this happened? Okay. Let's start the debug mode. Hey Granger, welcome in. Thanks for joining. I am working on a last minute jam game for ToBuJam. And yeah, I'm not quite sure I will be able to finish, but we'll see. Oh yeah, I think I remember what changes I made, and I think I know what's the problem. So my spawner, yeah, this one is called truck and it should be called player because I renamed it. So that's more like it. Okay, so I can still use the WASD keys, which is good. And I should just make this crash handling stuff happen. So right here, I'm taking care of the input, as in setting it to certain player instance variables. However, I only want to handle the instance variable states if the player is not dead. So right here, I'm just going to need to add a sub event. Player variable is dead, no. And I'm going to move all this under there. So right now, if I hit a tree, I should no longer be able to move, but there will be some sussiness because of the follow behavior, I'm sure. Yeah. Also, I need to stop everything. So yeah, if I'm dead, I need to stop everything. So I could do something like this here, but let's just use the trigger for now. So this says the isDead variable. I also need to stop the player. Then I also need to stop all the trailers. So is there a stop? Stop following, I guess. This works fine. Let's see how it works. This is cool. Boom. Okay. Stopped, dead. I can't move. Nothing moves. Nice. I guess I can take this part. Vehicle can crash if driven into obstacles. This is fine. Game over screen is coming soon, TM. It's still on the to-do list, so I'm not going to bother with it right now, but at one point I will. So yeah, basic level layout. Creature spots, obstacles, trees, rocks. Okay, this is coming along because we already have trees, but nothing more. Yeah, I'm crunching it like crazy because I still have like 5 hours and 40 minutes, but as you can see, this is nothing yet. Just a silly snake-like truck trailer situation, but there are no tamagotchi mechanics yet, but this is coming soon. Okay, camera that follows the player truck. This is also done, I guess. Basic level layout, right. The creature spot, I will need to figure out if I want to add the creature to the level, or I just want the creature to show up on the screen constantly. Maybe I'm going to go with that first, and if I have the time and feel it might improve the game, I might just place the creature on the level, but for now I think I'm going to go with the creature and the UI stuff. However, we definitely need the creature. So I am soloing this jam, which means that I am using third-party assets only, and I generated some creature sprites with the famous Kenny creature mixer, and I didn't really make an effort because I just used the default creature, but yeah, this is fine. So this is the default color. I just added the buffy arms, but there are non-buff arms and buff arms. I'm just going to import these and then you'll be able to see them because this image viewer is not keeping the zoom level when I'm switching between images. So yeah, I have 4 levels of happiness, essentially, for the creature, and there's also a buff and a weak version, because I figured that depending on the creature's health, I don't know, like above 50% health, the creature should have buff arms because they are healthy, and below that it should be a weaker one with tiny thin arms. And based on the level of happiness, which is another level that's going to be in the game, this will have like 4 levels, and this will affect the expression on the face of the creature. But it's only one sprite anyway, so I'm just using a total of 8 sprite sheets. So yeah, okay, I'm just going to make the creature and put it on the UI for now. So I am on the layer UI now. Do I have a macro for this? Not yet. I am going to make one because I will definitely need to reference this. So let's add a new sprite and name it creature. Well, thank you, Granger. I really hope that I can do it, but my biggest fear is that what if the game turns out to be a dud? I mean, the whole concept that I have, and not fun. This can still happen. Okay, so importing the sprite sheet, replacing everything, blah, 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 4 frames. This is fine, I guess. And yeah, however, I vaguely remember a construct allowing me to import, use file name when importing animations. This is gonna come handy because I already have the file names. Cool. Can I do that with multiple files? That's the question. Of course I freaking can't. Never mind. I'm just going to... I mean, it's only 8 animations, thank God. I don't know why it doesn't handle multiple files, but never mind. Also, thank God for that enter button on the numeric pad. I'm just using my mouse hand's thumb to bump it. Done. Good. Okay, so we have H stands for happiness, and a buff and weak version as well. So this is cool, and I just need to set all of these animations to loop, maybe with 10 FPS, I don't know. This is quite alright, I think. Good. So yeah, the question is which stage should the player start from? But it doesn't really matter now, because I'll just make a custom action that sets the creature's animation according to its levels. And yeah, so I will make this a little bigger. What resolution am I working in anyway? I think my templates is 640 by 360 or something. Damn. Oh yeah, good. This is fine. I just noticed that I can do something like this. Freaking cool. Okay, so I'm going to put my little creature right here. I'm going to turn up the grid a little more. And also I think I'm going to go with the origin in the top left. Whoops. Double whammy. Okay, apply to all animations. Done. Right. So now if I run the game, the creature should be in the bottom left, but it's not there because the UI layer is still a 3D layer. I'm going to set it to 2D. Parallax is turned off. So now it should be there. Okay, so this is our little creature. And I figured that as a starting point, this is fine because you can just see the creature all the time, play the game, and monitor their levels constantly. Boom. Okay, I'm going to save, and I'm also going to make a new build. So this means an export for the web. So even though this is far from game, there is a public version of it. So you guys, if you guys want to check it out, but I mean, you really shouldn't because you've seen everything on the screen that is happening in the game. But yeah, this is how I do things usually. So if I make a new version of the project file, I'll just export it first and upload it to the itch page. And it should be accessible on this link pretty soon. Right about now. Okay, so it's updating. I'm going to hydrate while this is loading. From my excellent nerdy mug. Okay, so run game. Good. I will probably need to add some loading screen or something because it's a little sus as the 3D models are 3D models are not loaded right away. There's a little delay. Okay, this is all right, I think. Boom. Okay, I can die. This is cool. There's kind of a loose condition already, so neat. Okay, so the creature should have some variables, and I'm going to need to consult the to-do list. So I figured happiness, health, food, and drink should be the 4 levels or the 4 variables. And I think food and drink might have like a certain maximum, and if you overfeed or I'm skipping on the expression. What do you say? Overdrink is definitely not the word. Never mind. So if you give too much liquid to your creature, then they should suffer a little. So yeah, I'm going to say I'm going to add some state variables. One called health, one called happiness, or should it be called happiness? Yeah, I guess. One called food and one called drink, or thirst. I don't know. I can rename this anytime essentially because construct prefactors variable names automatically. Right. I also need to set some initial maximums. So I'm going to make some rule variables. So health max, I guess, or happiness max, or food max. And for the food and drink, I'm also going to add some our food optimum variable, and the same for drink, our drink max, our drink optimum. So the optimum should be signified on the UI as well, with a little arrow or something on the bar. And if you go above the optimum, then you will get a little penalty from, I'm guessing health should suffer a little. Okay, these are state variables, so I'm going to hide them. Also, I'm going to move them right here. Okay, and I'm going to set the values of the rule variables, which I'm usually prefixing with the uppercase R and an underscore. So health max, let's go with the classic 100, happiness should also be 100, food max should be, I don't know, 60, 75, I don't know. No, food max should be 100. Everything should be 100 for now, I think. And optimum should be 75 for the food and the drink stuff, I guess. This might be a gimmick, and I might not need to add this whole optimum thing, so I may or may not do that, depending on how good am I doing time-wise. Okay, let's add some more UI stuff. So I'm going to create a single color. I can't freaking type. So I'm going to create a single color object, and for this I'm just using the tiled background object type. I'm just going to paint it white, a single white pixel, and I can change the size of it as I see fit. Okay, so this should be UI bar, I guess. It should have an instance variable that records the full width when the object is spawned on the layout during runtime. So I can make some calculations to calculate the size as the bar is the bar should change as the values change on the player's variables. So okay, init width should be the one that I use to do that. And before I forget it, I'm going to create the UI bar initialization stuff. I don't think I'm going to put it in a custom action, so I'm just going to say UI bar set value init width self.width. And this just records the width that the bar is spawning with. So this is the maximum. And if I want to change it a little bigger, smaller, whatever, I can just do that and I don't have to touch the code at all. So I'm going to copy this a couple more times. This is going to look horrendous probably because I'm not an artist, I'm not a UI designer, and I don't have time. So, okay, let's add some text. Do I want a sprite font or do I want just a classic true type stuff? I think I'm going to go with the latter one on this. So UI text might already be in the project. Yes, I don't need this object. However, I'm going to move UI bar to this little UI folder. This is where I keep all the UI elements. So I'm just going to add this and add the labels. I'm going to hard code this stuff. I don't need localization or anything, so yeah. And I'm also using the role variable on the UI text object, so this is how I will be able to reference the text. Or do I even need that? I don't think I do. For now, I'm going to skip this. However, I do need to do that for the UI bar object type because it's the same object type, just 4 instances of it, and it should have a variable that is called also role, and it's string, and I'm going to create a matching macro for this. So this one should be health. I'm going to change the grid size to half of the current one, or maybe even a little smaller or higher resolution. Okay, I'm going to copy this a few more times. The font is a little big. Let's go with something smaller. Also, I think I want to go with centered, but the centering is a little sussing construct, so I'm not going to do that. I'll just position the bars a little higher. Okay, this is all right. Although I think I might want to add the font as well. Let's just do that. I have a little font that I usually use. 1 second. So assets, fonts, and there's this cool font called Atkinson Hyperlegible because it's very readable. So, okay, this is right. Whoops, I'm going to select these and set the font that I just imported. Okay, it's a little better than Arial, I guess. And yeah, so okay, I was going to make the roles. So this is health. What was the, yeah. So health, happiness, optimum, food and drink. Good. So health, then happiness. Also, I'm going to need to size these because happiness is a lot longer word. Okay, and I will probably need to set the horizontal arrangement, I mean alignment, to right. Okay. Good. So this should be food, and this should be, or it should be hunger and thirst, right? I guess. Ooh, Flavius, thanks for the shoutouts and thanks for taking care of all the mod stuff once again. I am so crap at this that I always forget. Not that I'm not super occupied at the moment with the gems, but yeah, this is fine. Please don't say sorry. I'm just glad if you are here at any time, but you're not in trouble if you're not. So, but thank you so much. Yeah, I figured that you should be at work. This is not the usual time that I stream anyway, so. This is just a real special situation because of the deadline of the gem and because I procrastinated. So yeah. Thirst. Yeah, I'm going to rename the variables in a second. Happiness, health, this is fine, good. Okay, so let's go and rename those variables because I changed my mind about the health, about the food and drink stuff. So hunger and thirst. Boom, save. Yeah, you have to earn your salary. Well, yeah, every freaking cent, definitely. Health, happiness, hunger, all starting with H. I just realized that. That's nice. Or not. It's a little off that thirst is not. Okay, so the macros I'm going to set. So these are roles. These are the variables that I use to distinguish between instances of the same object type for UI stuff. So the first one was health. Not that the order matters. However, if I make typos, that is not going to cut it. Okay, I did it twice. Health, happiness, hunger, thirst. I'm going to memorize it at one point. Good. Okay, right. So when the creature is spawned, I will need to do some initialization stuff. So let me just create a little action sheet. This is not going to have enemies, so I'm just going to reuse this because I like the little alien invader emoji. So creature, I can't type in it. And I will probably need to have a little tick event or at least an update event or something. I'm not so sure. I'm not going to make that, not yet anyway. What's up, Poppy? The cat is still here, by the way. And she is licking her mouth and looking at me. I wonder what she wants to convey. Okay, meanwhile, creature initialization. So I'm just going to set some variables. So creature set value. Happiness should be self.rHappinessMax at the beginning, or maybe not. This is the question that I wasn't quite sure about. Where should it start? It probably shouldn't start at the max. It should start somewhere in the middle. So what if I just use the good old magic number trick? Although I could just create a separate instance variable that is the starting version of all these values. Okay, I'm going to do that. So R health init, and I'm going to do the same for all the other ones. Oops. Okay, so now the health has a max and an init version, and I'm going to set the values right here. So balancing the game will mean that I have to set these values to different ones. So health should start at 50, everything should start at 50. Right, okay. And this means that happiness should be happiness init. Init, sorry, health. Hunger. Treat. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think I'm going to do that because it's still just 3 o'clock here, and she usually gets dinner at like between 4 and 5. Oh, there she is. I don't know if you guys can see her, but yeah, she's definitely sending some signals. I'm going to grab some treaties and put down a few. Unfortunately, she can't do the thing that Maka can, that she doesn't really like taking the treats from my hand. She's way too dignified, I guess, or something, or just not well behaved. I can always also say that. Okay, so what am I doing? Thirst. Some of that are thirst in it. Yeah, and 1 second, I'll be back with the treaties. Laser focus. Just a couple, all right? Neat. Thanks for the poppy treat, Redeem, Granger. Crunch. Right, so once these values are set, I can also go through the updating the bars and stuff like this. So yeah, I'm going to do something else first. I'm going to add another tiled background, just 1 by 1 pixel stuff once again. I'm also going to make this white, but I will put the color overlay on it because I want to add a little background to these bars. Something like this. I will need to put them in the background and position them as such. I'm going to rename this to UI rectangle because it's just a rectangle without any function. And I'm going to, whoops, I wanted to select all of them, but I did not. Also, I'm going to move the object to the UI folder. So UI rectangle, it should be, I don't know, black for now. What the, okay, sorry. I think I forgot to do the Z order thing, because when you paste a new object instance in construct, it automatically gets placed on the top. So yeah, this is better. So now if the bars are depleting, then you can see a little visual feedback on how big it should have been, or it was at one point, or how big it could be. That's the best expression, I guess. Yeah, so I'm going to create a little UI update stuff, AUI, and I'm going to look for a little emoji. I never know what to choose. Or just a little, you know what, this is fine, I don't care. These are bricks. Okay, custom action, UI bar in it, and then I can move the stuff that I already made right here. So UI bar created should trigger a UI bar init custom action, and this stuff should happen right here. And UI bar update should be right here, and I guess I will just need to have some ifs right here. So UI bar variable role, if it's equal to role, what was the first one? Health, I guess. Not that once again it matters. So it should be set to creature, no, sorry, UI bar set width, and this is where the calculation needs to go. So I need to set this to creature.health divided by creature.health max, which is our health max, and multiplied by the UI bars init width variable. This should give me the right size, I think. I'm just going to copy this and go through all the other variables. So hunger and thirst. This is a little tedious, but I'm almost done with it, so hunger max, good. Oh, forgot the space. This is horrible. What are people going to think? Happiness and our happiness max. Right, okay. So now if I start the game, nothing should happen because I'm not calling the update custom action anywhere, but I will need to do that. I think at first I'm just going to put something slightly sussy right here. So if I put this right here, this means that the engine will wait for all the objects to spawn, and this is the safest way to handle picking all the other objects. So I am going to say UI bar and update right here. And to test it out, I'm just going to change some variables right here. So what if health starts at 60, happiness starts at, I don't know, 70, and hunger and the thirst should start at 50. This is fine. Okay, something is up. Let's just try the debug mode again. Happy Kitty indeed. Yeah, now she curled up in a little black croissant, I guess. The usual state. Welcome back, Flavius. Okay, let's run the debugger. So I have some UI bars and their width are all 0, which is not great. What did I screw up? So the variables are set correctly, I guess. This stuff should also work, I guess. Or should it? Shouldn't it? Sorry. Okay, let me just do the lazy thing and say UI bar updates at every tick instead of this. No, it's still not correct. I might keep it this way and then I can do some smoothing on the bars as well. However, at first I need them to work. So, What is the issue? What if I just say UI bar set width to 50? Okay, this definitely works, so the picking should be working fine. Just to be safe, I'm going to do this as well. Okay, so the picking is definitely fine. I screwed up on the calculation. This means it's funny you're doing a snake-like. One of our brainstorm ideas was also a snake-like. How did we both get there from Tamagotchi? This is interesting. I don't know. I think snake is just a really fun mechanic at first. However, when I decided yesterday evening after your jam on the snake mechanic, I quickly remembered that we did something like this like a year ago when we were participating with Tibor in ToBuJam, which is, to my knowledge, the only Hungarian IRL game jam. So it's not online, it actually takes place on a weekend at a fixed location. And we came up with an idea for the theme, which was growth last year, but I couldn't really sleep after that on the first day, and ended up ideating, and we essentially pivoted and did a snake-like. So maybe it's something like, when in doubt, do a snake-like or something. I don't know. And I was definitely in doubt at that time. Also, I'm going to make some light. 1 second. Sorry, I hope that wasn't too loud. Some noise. Okay. Okay, I think I have a hunch. UI bar created UI bar in it. Yeah, this is all right. But what if this happens before that? I'm going to check out the value of the init width variable. Right, it's like a comfort genre. Exactly, small in scope and fun to put a twist on. Yeah, and you can put so many freaking twists on it as well. I still have an idea in the drawer that is essentially something like Don't Starve, but you have a snake that is constantly moving forward. It's probably stupid, or at least silly, but I guess you can turn essentially any game into a snake-like. I mean, most of them, not any game, but a bunch of them. And it won't feel too off. Or maybe it will, I guess we'll find out. Okay, what was I looking for? Oh yeah, the UI bar stuff and the init width variable is definitely, yeah, it's correct, seemingly. It's 130. Am I this bad at math? Did I? This is the monkeys in front of a typewriter type situation, but yeah. Okay, no, this should be the correct one, I think. Why is this 0? Let me just log a bunch of stuff. Maybe the creatures, no, because it's everything, then it should be correct at one point. So yeah, creature damn it. Show me the console. Okay, creature health 0. What the f... I might have forgot to call something. But yeah, I'm definitely on track. So where was I? A creatures, the init function. Is it called anywhere? No, it's not, of course. Damn it. Creature created creature. I guess one of the good things about Godot is that you just have the initialization and the tick functions right there on every freaking node, right? You don't have to do something like this in construct that, hey, if a object instance spawns, run this custom action, which is a function. Yeah, and sometimes I forget it. So yeah, now it should be working fine, I guess. Oh yeah, it is. Good. I'm going to remove the logging stuff. Boom. So Activision Blizzard Call of Duty Snake-like spin-off when? That's a good question. Not that I would play Call of Duty or anything, but yeah, it could be fun. Love adding stuff and never calling it. Yeah. Isn't it a classic? It is. Yeah. It's the best thing ever. It's a hidden feature that you hid from yourself. Yep. Sec. If I had a nickel every time I've done that, I could make it full time. Yeah. Yeah. We have the same hobby, guys. And that's the problem, it's a freaking hobby. We could make a living out of it if we had a nickel. Right. Creature. Levels for health, happiness, food, drink. Food and drink can be overloaded, which drains health and happiness more. Okay, this part is going in a separate check stuff, because this is done for one thing, and this is also for when I want to update the values, and this will, I don't know, have some extra calculation in it. So yeah, this is all right, I guess. However, the drain stuff, have I mentioned it anywhere else? No, only here. So the draining should be stats drain, I guess. It should be constant, I guess. So every, I don't know, second or something, these stats should decrease with time. Yeah. Let's make that happen. So I'm going to create, add the behavior on the creature. That is the timer behavior, so I can use timers. And I think I'm just going to use a global timer that runs at a fixed rate and which will take care of the whole drain stuff. And I guess I'm going to need to add some more drain values, some rules in the instance variables for the creature, so I can set the drain logic and tune it. Okay, so I'm going to create a timer macro, which I can reference later. I'm going to call it drain, or maybe stat drain, I don't know. Stats drain, I don't know. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. And when the creature is initialized, I'm going to need to set this timer up. Also, I don't like using magic numbers in code, so I'm just going to create a global constant called creature stats drain interval, which will be the time amount that the drain occurs, which should be, I don't know, 0.1 second, I guess. Why not? Okay, about these instance variables that I mentioned, so our health drain happiness drain, hunger drain, and thirst drain. And these are variables, so I can definitely do something like changing the values during runtime as the time passes, and this could be a nice little way to increase difficulty with time, I guess. We'll see. Yeah, I'm crapping myself about the whole balancing thing. By the way, I have 4 freaking stats with different rules. Whatever. I'm not panicking, you're panicking. Stats drain. Okay, let's set this up. So, where's the, yeah. It's a little weird because the creature has this purple emoji and otherwise the creature is light blue. Never mind. I can get over that, no problem. So creature start timer. It's fine. It will be fine. Definitely. Okay, so let's reference a little constant, stats drain interval, timer stat drain. And when this happens, I need to drain some stats. So, okay, e-timers is the event sheet that I use for all the timer related events. So creature, on timer stat drain, and I just want to remove some, subtract some stuff from the creature's current state variables. So creature set value, no, just subtract, I guess. Subtract from happiness self dot our happiness drain, and I'm going to do the same for all the other values. Health, screwed up? No, I didn't. Okay. Health drain. Okay. Hunger drain. This is a little, yeah, tricky. Yeah, because as hunger goes up, okay, I might need to rename the label or something, and possibly the other variables as well. So how full is the creature? That's the question. Or do I make it work reverse? So if hunger is at the max, then it's the problem. Any thoughts, chat, on this? I really didn't think that through, so Okay, hunger, hunger, health, health, happiness, happiness, thirst, thirst. Okay, so yeah, I think the best way to do this would be to, okay, so health and happiness should decrease and in fact drain, but hunger and thirst should go up, and if it reaches the maximum, then the creature should, I don't know, at least lose some more health, or possibly immediately die of starvation, or the other word that I'm not, I'm completely blinking on, when you, yeah, when you suffer from the lack of liquids or something. Okay, whatever. So yeah, maybe instead of subtract, I'm going to add or one better, I'm going to use add for all the values, and yeah, let me just fix something. It's not going to be called drain, but progress or something. Which is more universal because it can mean increase or decrease as well. Okay, and setting up the values. So for thirst, I'm going to, and for hunger, I'm going to use positive values. Let's just go with 1 for now. And happiness, I'm going to go with 1, and health should diminish a little, I don't know, happiness should diminish a little more quicker. Okay, let's go with that. So this means that -1 and -2 will be added to the happiness and health variables, so essentially subtracted, but yeah, I mean, it will decrease, I guess. Dehydration, also a good point. Should I call it dehydration? But then what's up with the hunger part? I could open Google and check how other people do it, but I'm not going to do that. Also, I'm just going to check if this is working, because it should, I guess. No, because one sec. Stat progress will be the name of this. Not that it matters a lot, but yeah. So when the creature is created, where is it? Right here. The timer starts. But yeah, it only runs once, and it should be a regular timer. Okay, so now it's better. It's definitely moving around. Good. Yeah, I'm going to increase the interval to 1 second. And the other thing I'm going to do, although it's not exactly super important, but I'm going to make the bars smooth. So I'm going to turn these into the exponential decay functions. So, and yeah, freaking magic number again. Okay, so now the bars should move smoothly. Yeah. In the beginning, they move quite quickly. This is because I do not initialize them. Okay, quick and dirty stuff. Okay, copy, then redo. And I'm just going to, crap, no, okay, one second, please hold. Okay, so I'm going to copy this now, then redo the stuff, and then put these here. Okay, good. So it's like in 1 second increments. So it looks a little tricky. Also, there's a little delay because of it, because the values decrease immediately, but the bar has this little transition. So I'm going to reduce the interval once again to something lower, but also I'm going to play around a little with these numbers as well. So I'm just going to multiply everything with 10, but of course not the progress ones. So it should be a lot slower. Okay, this will need to be balanced at one point. Hopefully before the submission, but possibly after the jam. Okay, so it's definitely moving around, which is cool. Right, there's still no loose condition based on the stats, so one up, one down, I guess. Food and drink, okay, I'm not quite sure if this is going to make it in the game, but yeah, items randomly spawn. Okay, I should really move on to this because there's nothing to do yet. Apart from that, driving around and trying to not crash into a tree like this. It was a little sus. Okay. Yeah, I might want to do something about the visibility of the models when the player is behind them, but probably not. We'll see. Hydrate and stretch. Thank you, Flavius. Appreciate it. Love the keyboard and typing skills. I really need to force myself to stop using the mouse. Yeah, although you're quite a quick typer. I don't know what's the right expression yourself, Bernardo. But are you using the mouse to move the cursor around too much or something? Yeah, I have a little fixation with trying to avoid using the mouse when doing development. And Construct is actually quite accommodating to do this sort of thing, but I'm still using the mouse quite a bit. Also, there are some sassiness because, for example, adding events, functions, custom action scripts, everything can be done with a keyboard. For example, if I press E, I add an event. If I press A, I add an action, C, condition, F, function, stuff like this. But for custom action, there is no freaking keyboard shortcut. And I opened the GitHub issue for this in the construct suggestions repo, like, I don't know, a year ago or something. It received a few likes, but not a lot. So it's not on the radar of Skira. Although I'm pretty sure it would be a fairly simple implementation, considering that everything else has a keyboard shortcut, but not this one, because this was added like 2 years ago or something, and I guess they overlooked it or something. Oh well, yeah. So sometimes you can't use it. But for example, I tried gdevelop, which is like a very similar engine to Construct, and also free and open source and stuff like this. And it has almost zero keyboard shortcut support, or it had when I tried it, so it was crap. Because once I accustomed to this sort of thing and doing almost everything with a keyboard, it's really hard to go back to not being able to do that. Right, items, spawning items randomly. Okay, I'm going to take like a 2-minute bio break, which means I gotta pee, and then I'm going to move on to this. But first I'm going to check chat. Just do a lot of CLI stuff and you'll need to, yeah, definitely. This is one way to force it, but then again, it's not the same as, you know, working in a terminal and in an IDE or something. I have not fully unlocked the moving the typing cursor quickly or using insert mode. By insert mode, do you mean when you press insert and it's overwriting stuff? Because I never use that. But I'll install all my UIs and get around the CLI. Well, if you have the option to do that. Construct does not have a CLI, for example. Although some third-party dudes made like something that is able to input a construct project file or project folder and make the build. I have no idea how they do it, because Construct is running in Chromium, in my case anyway. It runs on all modern browsers, but you probably get the best experience with Chromium-based ones, which is, you know, tricky if you want to do CLI stuff. But I'm pretty sure that Godot has a bunch of things that you can run from the command line, so to automate building projects and stuff like this. Okay, BioBreak I was talking about, so I will be right back in 2 minutes. And I am back. Right, so dropping stuff on the field. That's the question. How do I want to do that? Do I want them to appear out of thin air on the field, on the level, or do I want to make them drop from the skies? Dropping from the skies is definitely something that takes more time. How much time do I have left? Almost 5 hours. Okay. I think I'm going to do the simpler one at first, and maybe convert it to stuff dropping from the sky, because I'm not even sure that's a good idea. What I have in mind is that when stuff starts falling from the sky, you get a little, I don't know, spot or something on the ground that shows you where it's going to drop, and possibly some ray of light or something that goes from the ground up to the sky. And then you see the item gradually, what's the word? Falling down, essentially, from the sky via this ray of light and landing in the spot. And what I was thinking, that you have to be under the right spot with the empty trailer or cart or whatever to catch the item, but this might be too finicky. So I'm just going to go with the snake stuff for now, which means that you will be able to collect stuff from the ground, and when you pick something up, it will just land in your last trailer. It will teleport there, which is not great, but I don't have a better idea yet. Anyway, make them fade in. Yeah, definitely. I mean, some sort of effect will have to be implemented. Fade in is good, or maybe like little flash, I don't know, like particle effect or something, I don't know. But definitely we need some sort of transition. Because if it just appears, then it's really old school, I guess. But the first implementation will be just a sudden appearance, and then I'm going to add a tween or something. Okay, so we don't have an object for the item yet, so I'm just going to make one. And guess what is going to be a sprite, which is like a placeholder circle. Per use. And oops, I think I'm going to paint it purple. This is somewhere between purple and pink, I guess. Oof, magenta. Okay. Right. So this is going to be. I don't think this matters. We'll see. My plan is to use several of these item instances and have 3D objects attached to them. Excuse me. I'm going to use object templates probably to reference and distinguish between them. Yeah, I'm going to add 2 at first. And if it's working fine, then I'm going to import some more assets. So 3D object. Oops. Okay, so let's import some files. Okay. First, before I do that, I think I'm going to make a new version of the project file once again. Or have I even done that the previous time? No, I have not. This is horrible. Okay, so I'm going to do that now. But I'm not going to do a build, not yet, because we only have the little stats and the UI elements, which don't really add any big features. not by themselves anyway. So, okay, let's go with the object import stuff. Apple, bowl, donut, heart, sandwich, meat mallet is something that I figured that should be one of the objects that are bad for the character, just plain negative effects. So you might need to avoid some, you know, just like in the famous game by a certain developer called Two Nerdy Nerds, if I recall correctly. You know, you don't have to catch everything, just the good stuff. Okay, I might want to add the little prefix item to these, so it's a little easier to overview these. Good. Let's start with the apple. Classic. An old standby. Two nerdy birds. Yeah, something like that. Something along these lines. Never heard of them? Yeah. Guess what? They released the game, the demo, which is quite pricey. Okay. Okay, so I am going to rotate this, but possibly, yeah, this is the other way around. Okay, good. I will copy the collision polygon from this to our little item object, because I want something fairly circular. And I'm going to attach this to the item. So this is item Apple 3D, I guess. I don't need the underscore. And also I'm going to put this in a template. Yeah, Poppy, I know. Are you hungry? Did you hear that? Possibly. There was definitely a little meow going on. Yeah. Not been seen since you can pay in farts. You just need to eat more beans to get the funds to pay for it. Definitely. Are you considering fart coin, by the way, nerds? As a big cryptocurrency that is about to take over the world. Unlike Bitcoin, the failure. Okay. Although I wouldn't be surprised if someone already thought about this idea. Kitty squeaks indeed. Yeah. Kitty is demanding some stuff, but I'm going to wait a few more minutes, then serve her ass, because I don't like to set a precedent by immediately jumping to her every command or something. So yeah, I'm just going to wait a little, and she is also going to wait a little. Okay, I think this is fine. So what I really need to do is to add some more stuff to the spawners. So I already have this item stuff, so but then again, I don't need the spawner, because spawners are for spawning stuff that should be on the on the level, and I don't want to do that. What I want to do instead is to randomize the position of the items, but this brings up another tricky situation, because I don't want to spawn items on top of a tree or into a tree, and definitely don't want to do it to overlap with the player when it spawns. So I'm going to need to figure something out. I have a not very elegant solution that I usually do, is to cover the whole level area in squares, essentially. and then choose one that is not overlapping stuff. And out of those, choose one at random. However, I also want to consider the distance of these virtual spawner tiles, I guess, from the player. So I don't want to spawn something that is super far from them. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. It's not really the best way to do it, but it's fairly easy, so bear with me. Yeah, I'm going to create an object called, or just a sprite that is a square. I don't even know why I'm coloring it, but of course I do. I'm going to make it 100 by 100 for now. I'm going to set its origin to the top left. I'm going to move it to the object templates. Layout, that was the word I was looking for. So I'm going to call this item spawner, not to be confused with the spawner. So at the beginning of the level, I want to cover the whole area of the level or the layout with these. So for this, I'm going to introduce a little variable, or more like a constant, called item spawner resolution, which is not a great name, but this will be a number that tells me how many rows and columns of these item spawners will there be on the level. So I'm just going to quickly make a judgment. I'm going to say 20 because the layout is 2000 by 2000 pixels. So if I divide this by 20, then I will just have spawners that are 100 pixels wide, and yeah, this is fine, I think. This doesn't even have to be the size because I'm going to dynamically size it anyway. So okay, so at the beginning of the level, which happens here, I'm going to make some for loops. Layout width divided by item spawner resolution, and the other one, oh, I should probably name it. So this should be X, this should be Y. I should use macros for this, so let me just do that. I'm terrified of using string literals, so because if I want to change their names, then I'm screwed. Okay, so this should go up to layout height divided by C item spawner resolution, and I need to create some objects, these item spawners, on the main layer, I guess, for now. Anyway, the X position should be loop index WX multiplied by C item spawner resolution, or no, layout width, layout width divided by C item spawner resolution, I guess. And the other one should be the same but with Y, and layout height. And I don't want to create hierarchy because these won't have any children. However, I do want to randomize their opacity, so I have a little visual feedback for now. So I'm just going to say int, just to be safe, random 0, 100, boom. Let's see. Okay, not really, because I forgot to size this stuff. So item spawner set size, and I'm just going to copy some stuff from here, and boom. Let's see. Okay, this is better. So these are the spawner tiles that are going to spawn items on top of them. And I can change the resolution just by updating the value in this constant that tells the engine how many I want in a row on the column. So yeah, I just figured it out. KFC, kitty fart coins. Oof. Someone grab the domain quick. Amazing. Nicely done, Flavius. Okay, so this is all right. Let me just turn the opacity into something a little less harsh by multiplying it with 0.1. Okay, so I can still see the little item spawner sprites. I'm going to completely hide them at one point. I'm going to make a to-do command. Possibly. But right now this is fine. So when I want an item to spawn, I want the custom action to be called. So I'm going to call a item, no, just a item, and it should be a, what kind of emoji do I want for an item that is generic enough? Like a box. Mission Hungarian is dobos. Good. The freaking emoji keyboard is expecting me to type Hungarian words for the search. I have no idea why. On my other PC, which has the same operating system, it's working in English and English only, and on this one in Hungarian only. Freaking infuriating. Okay, so item spawn, and this won't take any parameters because this will contain the whole spawning logic. So this will contain the logic that picks the item spawner instance and just pops a little item on this instance with some padding possibly, which I'm also going to put in a little constant. See, item spawner padding, and it should be like I don't know, 32 by 32 was the size, so I'm guessing that half of it should suffice, so 16 or maybe a little more, 20 pixels. So the item that spawns will be at least 20 pixels far from the border of the item spawner object. That's the plan. Okay, so at first let's just pick the right item spawner. So at first I'm going to say item spawners that are fairly nearby the player. How do I do that correctly? Okay, I need to do this. Pick by comparison. I need to pick item spawners which satisfy the condition that I'm going to set with this distance expression. So item spawner.x and item spawner.y, which is not great because this is the top left corner. So okay, I'm going to use the bbox mid x and bbox mid y properties, which are just right in the middle of the bounding box, which is completely the same as the size of the item spawner. So if the middle of the item spawner object is within distance of the player, then this is good. This is giving me some filtering already. And then I'm going to filter for non-overlapping stuff and then randomly picking one, if possible, because there's a chance that it is not possible, and then I will have to do some fallback stuff. So okay, distance item spawner, okay, and the other one is player.x and player.y. I also need to come up with a little item spawner player distance. This is horrible, this name, but I don't care. This will be 300 pixels because it feels right. So if the distance of these is less or possibly less than equal than this value, then this is good. And below that, I'm going to try to make this overlap check stuff. So item spawner overlapping the player is definitely out of the question, so I don't want any item spawners to be considered if they are overlapping, not the player, sorry, any of the trailers, because the player will definitely be, or maybe both, yeah, let's just say vehicle, which includes the trailer and the trailers as well. So if they are not overlapping, the player. This is fine. Also, I think I'm going to need to crank up this resolution a little, because there's a good chance that the tree is going to be on a tile, and I also want to prevent spawning items on a tree. So, okay, let's just change the resolution to 40, see how it looks. This is pretty good, although it would be a little better if the freaking trees... Maybe the trees should be spawned with these item spawners. Okay, I'll get back to this later. But for now, I'm going to further filter down and problem is that I'm not using any sprites with these trees. I'm using the tree 3D, which is an object which I'm not sure is behaving correctly with this overlap check stuff. So I can probably just use, say, spawner So I'm only using the spawners to spawn the player and the trees, which is all right. So they will stay on the level, except for the player one. I'm going to check if this is how it actually works. Yeah, it does. Okay. So yeah, if there are spawners overlapping this tile, it should be also disregarded. And the last step, I'm going to pick one at random from the available ones. And because this could fail, essentially, possibly, I'm just going to try to filter down with only the vehicle stuff. Or not? You know what? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to call this spawn stuff, but also I'm going to make note if this fails. So if there are no available tiles, I mean item spawners, to spawn stuff from, I want to make some warning to appear in the I don't remember the beginning of the sentence. So I want to make a little warning in the console if the picking fails. Right. I think I can probably do this too. Right. Okay. So pick by distance, then check if any vehicles are overlapping or spawners, which are for the trees. And if some of the item spawners are still satisfying the conditions, then just pick a random one. And this is where I actually need to spawn an item. So create object, item, layer main, and the location. So it should be randomized, and the minimum value should be item spawner.bbox_left plus this offset stuff, the padding. The other end of the interval should be item spawner.bbox_right minus the same padding stuff. And I guess that's it. And the same for the Y stuff, but for bbox_left, we're gonna swap it out for bbox_top. And bbox_right, we're gonna swap out with bbox_bottom, I think. And I want the hierarchy because items will have 3D objects attached to them. So yeah, to test this out, I'm going to add a little keyboard shortcut, a developer cheat per se. I'm just going to press E, for example, and call item spawn in this case. I'm going to make a little to-do command, to-do prod, remove, disable, so hopefully I don't leave this in the final game. Granger is going into lurk mode, have meetings starting up, go for it, Granger, and I hope that the meetings won't be boring and will end quickly and yeah, won't drain your energy, because meetings usually do drain mine, so yeah, I freaking hate them. Go for it and thank you for the lurk. Z meetings. Yeah, Okay, let's check this out. So if I press E, either nothing happened. Oh, yeah, there it is. Something definitely happened. I think I might want to add a little arrow that points towards items if they are off screen, although if they are off screen stuff is pretty easy to say when you're working in 2D, but with 3D it's a little trickier. Or I could just reduce the distance from this variable to something like, I don't know, 250. Although the player is going to be traveling along anyway, so... Okay, let's make a little collision check between the player's truck and the item and see if it actually registers correctly. So collisions, I haven't used any yet. Wow, that's neat. Time to do that. So player collision with another object, and the other object is an item. And in this case, I just want the item to be destroyed for now, just as a temporary measure. And also I want to spawn another one. Why not? So I'm going to spawn one by pressing E, and now I don't have to press it anymore because just a new one appears as I pick one up. So this is actually going all right, I guess. Just for the fun of it, I'm going to put this little spawn call in the player's initialization custom action, and I'm going to make a build so you guys can play Snake that has no win or lose condition yet. Okay, so creature init, no, this is not what I need. I need the player initialization stuff, which happens right here. Okay. So at the start there should be an item somewhere. Why can't I see it? Did I screw something up with the macros or something? Or is this even called once again? It's not. I did that again, the thing. So, oh, also, there's the collision. I distinctly remember that I already did a collision check, but I did it in the wrong event sheet. Okay, so there's no vehicle initialization, so I'm just going to do that. So vehicle created, vehicle init, boom. Why can't I see a freaking item still? Let's log the crap out of this. So browser log player init. Goddamn. Player init is definitely running somewhere, but I have a hunch that there's a little race condition type of deal. So the player is not actually initialized completely. And because of this, their position cannot be determined by the item spawn custom action. So I'm just going to add wait 0 seconds, which means that wait for the next tick and then do this. Yep, there we go. Usually I rewrite code so I don't use this sort of sussery, but this is fine for now. Okay, let me make a new build. And also let me include a little dev info stuff, because it's easier later to see which version of the game is running. So on the UI layer, I'm going to pop a little text object, name the role. What am I doing? Why did I insert a new object? I already have one. So UI text, this is the one I needed. Okay. So the role should be dev info. This is how I usually do stuff. I'm going to make it white and also arrange it to the top left. Is there a role? Not yet. Let's make one. And what I'm going to do for now is just update the contents of this with the usual debug stuff that I do. So yeah, I'm going to do the lazy thing. Also, do I need this? No. I'm going to remove this because I forgot to delete it. Okay, so UI text with the role dev info. I'm going to set its text contents, set text to functions dot get dev info with the separator, comma, and space. So hopefully, yeah. Oof, 2,600 objects already. This is probably due to the fact that I'm using a crap ton of these item spawner objects, but then again, it's running at 16, 17% CPU, 11, 10% GPU. I don't give a crap. This is alright. Yeah, 1 second, Bernardo. I'm going to update it, but thanks for using the command. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly export the HTML5 version, override the zip file, and call the little script, the Butler CLI, and this will update the version on itch, hopefully. Okay, 4 hours and 16 minutes left. I think I might need a coffee soon, but not yet. Okay. Right, build 2, because I forgot to bump it up the last time, so yeah. This is okay, I guess. I mean, it has a working snake mechanic. What more could you ask for? Yeah. Okay, this is cool. Still not possible to reverse. This is nice. Yeah. I'm going to bump up the version number to 3, make a new version of the project file, and hydrate and check the to-do list. Noise, indeed. And I'm going to turn up some lights because I'm getting dark again. 1 second. Or something. I am back. Sorry if I missed it, but what is the plan with the trees? You lose if you collide? Yeah, that might be too harsh, right? Movement feels great. That's good, because I did not do anything to it apart from setting the speed and the few other parameters, but this is just stock construct stuff. So yeah, I'm not so sure about the whole tree stuff. Maybe the player should be damaged or something. It seems a little harsh that once you collide with something, you die. And maybe the only lose condition should be that if your creature starves to death or something, then you should see the game over screen, but not otherwise. I don't know. I'd love some input, by the way, if you guys have any, because I'm very much the fan of the iterative process and not the fan of putting a bunch of plans into a game design document. So what would feel better? And also, it's what would feel better and what should we try first, because if something feels off, then I'll just replace it anyway. So items random spawn and disappear it after some time. Okay, this is not complete yet. In unoccupied places and can be picked up by the vehicle by driving into it. This is done. Items are placed in the last empty trailer. This is not done. Okay, so this is in progress, but I'm going to move this part to the NTH, or nice to have, pile of the to-do list. And I I don't think I'm going to do this item falling from the skies thing, because I still have a crap ton of stuff to do. Yeah, okay, so items. Let's get back to items. Items disappearing after some time is also something that I need to add. Although I'm not sure if it's really warranted at this point, because if items spawn fairly close to the player, then there's a slim chance that they're gonna... although, since some items will be bad, I do want those to disappear, so then again I want all of those to disappear. Okay, I told myself into it, so let's just add a timer behavior on the item object. And let's make a macro for this sort of thing. Timer, I'm going to call it destroy, even though it will probably once again fade out, as Flavius suggested, for the stuff to appear, and then it should of course also fade out with a tween or something. Although maybe I should try this whole tweening, fading out stuff sooner than later, because I'm a little worried that these 3D objects don't really handle opacity well, but I can just check, I guess. So this is the... yeah, it doesn't look that bad, and if the tween is short, then this is alright, I guess, but it does look a little off, because you can see the polygons that make up the whole thing, because construct doesn't rasterize the whole 3D object and then fade it out, but it I guess that it changes the opacity of all the polygons. Let's just add the tween and see how it looks. So item apple 3D. I'm going to put all the items into a family. Item 3D, it will be the name. And I'm going to add the tween behavior on it. And when I'm spawning one, I will start it from 0 opacity and fade it in like in 0.4 seconds or something. We'll see. So spawner, this is not it. Item. Okay, so this is where the item gets spawned. Then I'm going to set the opacity to 0, and then I'm going to... no, not the item's opacity. Okay, please hold. So item, there should be an init custom action, which should be called right here. So when an item is created, the item's init function or custom action should run. And right here, I need to pick the child of the item sprite, because this is only a placeholder, which is called item. But the stuff that you actually see is the 3D object that is a child of the item sprite. So item, pick children, and whatever it is, but it's definitely in the item 3D family. So I can just say item 3D, set opacity to 0, item 3D, tween one value or one property. I could assign it to a tag, but I'm not going to right now. So the end value should be 100. Construct opacity operates on a 0 to 100 scale. And let's go with the 0.4 seconds. And just for the fun of it, crap, I'm not using the right browser. Sorry, 1 second. So I use easings.net as a cheat sheet for this sort of thing. Also, I'm going to read chat right away. It feels fun to just turn and see your little snake go. That's good. But if you don't collide, it just slows you down and maybe destroys one or the cars. So it destroys one or two cars of the end. Well, this is an interesting point, because I figured that this should be like a fixed length of the vehicle throughout the game. But I mean, I guess we can totally destroy some cars at the end or anywhere, essentially, because I did some boilerplate code that does this. So, and you know, reconnects all the other vehicles. Or whatever punishment you think it works. Yeah, that's a good freaking question. I mean, maybe the tree could get destroyed as well. So maybe if you run into it, you can, because this thing that I worry about is that it's going to look really sloppy. right now it looks really sloppy. So if I turn off the, let me just leave this as is for now. Yeah. So if I turn off the collision stuff, where was it? Yeah, right here. Because I set the friction to 0, it just does this little slide stuff, which looks off. Really not realistic, because it pushes you away. But it doesn't really change your angle either, so yeah, I don't know. And if it would look like this, then I don't know. This is the best way to do it. So maybe I want to get rid of the tree when you run into it. That's why, because then it doesn't really collide you. I mean, it does collide with you for one moment, but it gets destroyed right away, so you can just continue your travels in the same direction, and it doesn't move you around. But this might also look sus. Maybe when I played, I just got stuck. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just disabled this little event. So this is the one that you played, the same effect like this. I just disabled this part to show you how it looks when you don't get disabled by the tree. And let me just run into it from this angle. So it pushes you away a little, because both the car and also the tree has a circular collision polygon. I mean, not completely circular, but something resembling a circle. And yeah, previously I managed to slam right into it, and then it actually stopped me, but I can still turn and continue my journey. I don't know. Does this look very sus? That's the question. Because if it doesn't, I don't know. But then again, I wanted to add the obstacles, so there are actually stuff that you need to, what's the opposite of encounter? I'm blanking on the name. Avoid. The fading is pretty good, I think, by the way. Yeah, maybe I'll reduce the time a little bit. Yeah, just get stuck on the tree and get the sliding to the side behavior. Yeah, this was the one that I read before. Sorry. What if I just I'm just going to push a new build, so you can test this out if you want. No pressure. And also the whole obstacle thing with the trees was kind of with the initial idea that you are constantly accelerating, which is not the case, not at the moment anyway. We can definitely do that because it's super simple to do. I don't know. It's really a question of difficulty, I guess. Where am I? Okay, right here. No, not here. Here. Okay, so if you refresh now, hopefully it will show build 3, and then you'll be able to test this sassy sliding stuff. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm going to get back to the tween that I started doing. Okay, so let me just create some macros because I like to do that. Tweens, okay, and this should be words. So let's make one opacity fade in. And maybe we'll need the fade out as well, so why not do that right now? Right, and so right here I'm going to say tween fade in. Maybe reduce the time to 0.3, and also I was going to look for an easing function. Yeah, I guess, I don't know, out cubic could work. So it's a little faster in the beginning. Out cubic, boom. Let's see. Also, let me hide the little helper sprite the item sprite. Go for it. Thanks for the lurk, nerds. Yeah, the opacity is I think it's pretty good. Let's turn it back to 0.4 because it's a little too fast now. Yeah, this is cool. Neat. Okay, so what I need to do is to actually make the item teleport and to attach to the trailer, which will be fun, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so the trailer object, we'll need to synchronize the angle to the 3D object because this is not done by construct, but I'm already doing something like this. Not quite sure where. Here, right? Yeah, so a vehicle, if a vehicle have multiple 3D objects as children, their angle will be synchronized. So this should be fine. Okay, so let me just do the whole picking up stuff. So okay, so when I'm destroying an item, I no longer want to destroy an item. What I want to do, however, is to mark the item as picked up. So although I might not need this, but I'm just going to do that. So is picked up 0 by default, and I'm setting it to 1 after it's picked up by the player. Also, player no, not the player, item variable is picked up no, so I only want to pick up items that are definitely not picked up yet. And I'm going to set this value, set value is picked up to yes right away. And I also need to find the right not cart, trailer that is unoccupied and put the item into it. Right, this is already looking as something that I need to put in a separate custom action. So item pickup will be the name of this. And I'm going to move all the checks and the actions right here. And here I'm just going to say item pickup. This is not the best name for it because this will only pick it up if some conditions are met, but never mind, this is fine for now. So I need to go through the vehicles and find the one that is not occupied yet. I think I'm going to add another helper variable because why not? So trailer, and this is not going to be on the vehicles family, just the trailer itself. So I could say item UID and set it to -1 by default, which signifies that it does not have any item attached to it, and then I can use this variable to store the actual UID of the item. My voice might be going away, by the way, which is not great, but yesterday I already had some issues. So if it does, then I'm going to end the stream, of course, so no one has to suffer. Okay. I'm gonna check on the time. It's 4 hours, right? Yeah, less than 4. So yeah, I need to get my shit together. So vehicles variable item trailer variable item UID is equal to nothing, and I'm going to pick the one that has the lowest vehicle number, which is just an incremental number. The player or the truck has the vehicle number 0, and then all the other trailers that are attached to it have a number starting from 1 and then going up. So trailer, this is fairly new in construct, I think. Lowest, yeah, pick highest, lowest. I'm going to pick the lowest vehicle number. That is correct. And I'm going to say trailer set value item UID to item.uid. So this is the data part taken care of. What's up, Poppy? Was the dinner delicious? Hopefully. So what I need to do is to set the item's position to the trailer's X and trailer's Y position. And I also need to add the item as a child to the trailer. I just need to synchronize the X and Y positions and nothing else, I think. I mean, I could synchronize the Z elevation, but I don't use it anyway. So yeah, this takes care of the data part. This is the positioning. This is the synchronization of the two stuff. And hopefully the rotation will also automatically match. I'm just going to check it out. Okay, not exactly what's happening. Something is definitely going on because the positioning, yeah, is correct, but yeah, I screwed this up. What I need to do is I added the trailer to the trailer. I need to add the item to the trailer, of course. However, this brings up another problem. Yeah, the rotation is not synchronizing, and I know why. Because this stuff is, what is it? Vehicles, right? So yeah, because in this case the vehicle doesn't have the item's 3D object as a direct child, but I can do something like vehicles pick the item and then item pick child and item 3D, and then I can do something like can I want to replace 3D objects with item 3D, but I can't seem to do that. Then I just say set rotation, and I'm just going to copy this stuff. I'm not quite sure why that happened, but never mind. Okay, this is the problem. Yeah, self. I no longer want to reference self. Or do I? Oh no, sorry. I know what's going to be the solution. So just pick the 3D objects. The 3D object childs, because those have the correct init angle or whatever it's called, variable. Yeah, right here, init angle. And I need that as an offset. Okay, so I don't think the rotation is happening still. Which is weird, but I'm not going to spend more time on this. So to do fix, boom. Also, Flavius asked the question, do you know how hard it is to take notes with how fast you're moving and talking? Please slow down. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is really not the most tutorial-y stream, definitely, but this is because of the short deadline of the jam, so sorry about that. Although I can definitely promise, if you didn't mean the whole thing as a joke, and if you really want to check stuff out, then this stream will be archived to YouTube, definitely. I essentially always upload everything that I stream to my YouTube channel, so you can rewatch it, pause it, slow it down, whatever you feel like doing. Okay, so I guess that the item pickup is now working fine. Kind of. I mean, the size is a little wrong. Maybe I should just resize the the apple and stuff. So I'm going to turn down the scale a little to 100, and I'm going to scale this also accordingly. And let's check it out. Boom, apple. Okay, so the Z elevation is not great. I just need to offset this, and this brings in an interesting question, because the models are going to have different Z elevations, and hopefully the origin Z elevation, I mean the Z origin is hopefully at the bottom of the model and not in the middle of it. But I think it is, because right now it's not occluding or not obstructing the item sprite, so it should be alright. I just need to figure out a magic number that is the height of the trailer's, I don't know what this part is called, the stuff that is right here. Okay, so let me just create a little constant called Z elevation trailer. I don't recall. It's not a plate, is it? Bed, I think. A flat bed, right? Something like that. Let's go with 5 for now. And also I will need to do the setting of the Z elevation when I'm moving the item. So where was I? Item. Okay, so this is where I synchronize stuff. So I set the position of the item, but I also need to set the Z elevation of the item. Item set Z elevation, and I'm also going to need to check if these are synchronized between the item and the 3D item object. So I'm going to set the Z elevation to this, and make sure that this, yeah, this wasn't checked, and this is a problem. Let's go. Okay, this is better, but it's still very much occluding it. So I'm just going to turn up the value a little more. In constants, let's see if it's better with 10. This is fine. I mean, it's probably still occluding it a little bit, but this is all right. This works okay. Okay, so what happens if I can't pick any more stuff up? Nothing. I'll just go through it, which is looking sus. What should happen? That's the question. Should the item get destroyed? Or, I don't know. Because it looks really sloppy if I just go through it. Just a joke. Okay, good. I mean, I didn't think that you were going to switch Godot with Construct anytime soon, Flavius, right? Although you could, but you probably shouldn't, because Godot is so much more, what's the right expression? Godot is so much more. That is the end of the sentence, but no, I was going to say that Godot is so much more, it has so much more power and possibility. Not taking notes, making pixel art. What kind of pixel art? And would you be so kind and share it with the Discord servers? Any of them? Maybe the laser magnet one, or whichever you prefer. But yeah, feel free to do so once you deem it appropriate. No rush. Is it another streamer or some game stuff, possibly? How is Mushroom Ninja, by the way? And I hope you don't mind me asking. I'm not using any whips or anything. I just want to know if you have plans to continue it soon, or maybe you're taking a little break from it or something. Okay. Items randomly spawn and disappear after some time. I think I have not done that. And this should happen in the initialization stuff. Have I added the timer? Yes. Start timer. We're gonna need a magic value here as well. And I also made this timer destroy tag, which is cool. So we're gonna need another custom action called, I don't know, disappear. And I just want to do essentially the same thing as I did here for the item. and I also want to destroy it in this case. So opacity should be fading out. And also, I don't want the, or maybe I do, I don't know. Okay, maybe, so what happens if the player picks up an item that is already fading out? I think I want to be nice to the player and just say that, okay, you picked it up, boom. So I just need to make sure that the fade out actually stops and the opacity is set back to 100 when the pickup happens. So I still need to pick the 3D children, and I need to do two things. One is item 3D stop for the fade out tween, and after that I need to set the opacity to 100. So yeah, this is hopefully taking care of that thing. I just need to connect the timer stuff. So let's make an item on timer event for the timer destroy tag, and then call item disappear for that. And just in case, but it shouldn't happen, but I'm going to put a little for each in it, because this is one of the foot guns in construct. So when you use an on timer event, it's actually quite possible that more than one item is or more than one object is picked. And depending on what you do in the actions, you might want to include a little for each, because if two timers are ending at the same tick, then it's quite possible that if you miss the for each, then only one object will be picked, and the actions will only run on one object. So for timers, on timer stuff, you probably want to do this for each, unless you know for certain that there are no chance of multiple items having the on timer event in the same tick. For example, if you only have one of something, this is definitely not the case. Okay, right. I'm not going to test this, but hopefully it should work. We'll find out later. So okay, let's get back to the to-do list. Items randomly spawn, done, and disappear after some time, done, in occupied places and can be picked up by a vehicle by driving into it. Items are placed in the last empty trailer. I think this is done at this point. Although this raises the question that what do I do with items when the whole trailer is full? I mean, technically, I guess we could also do some replacement stuff, but this is ambiguous because you have more than one trailer. So which one will get replaced? Is it a random one? This is not so fair, I think. I don't really want to burn the player with some mental stuff that he needs to, or that they need to memorize which one was the last pickup or something. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, what we really need to do is add more items and also set the stats for the items. So when they are delivered, which is also something that I need to implement, these stats will actually be added to the existing stats. However, I'm going to make a tiny little bio break once again. I think it will take 2 minutes, so I will be right back. And I am back. Okay, so let's get started. I mean, let's continue. So items, yeah, I wanted to import some more items and I need to randomize, I guess, which items are spawning. So I'm just going to create a copy of this right here. And I do need to make a clone of the actual 3D object, because I think that you need to, if you want to swap the model file for a 3D object instance, then you can't really do that. So you need to have separate object types for separate models. So I'm just going to do this, and let's go with item bowl. Let's go in alphabetical order. So bowls should be something that replenishes the happiness, I think. And Poppy is once again signaling, but I think she just wants some attention. Yep. Good. Okay, so yeah. Also, there's a little sussiness. So if I replace the file name and it doesn't update, this is totally normal. I mean, probably not the best thing, but it's consistently happening. So if I close construct and open it again, then it will work. So, but I'm not going to do this right away because I just want to add all the objects first, and then I'm going to close construct and open it again. So, and then I will take care of the sizing and stuff like this. Right. Okay. Let's make, how many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So apple and bowl are done, and I still have 4 models that I already imported, and possibly I might add some more. So I think I'm going to change the naming convention of this. So item bowl, item 3D bowl should be the name, and this should be item 3D apple. And then I'm going to need to, whoops, now it's working. That's funny. Also, these are from separate, yeah, because it's new object, then it loads the correct one, but this is the bowl which I'm about to replace anyway. So yeah, so I'm using Kenny assets, as well as I don't remember the name again. Why am I so bad at this? K-Kit assets, and they are differently sized, I'm guessing. So, and they are from completely different packs anyway. So okay, so this should be called donut, and it should be an actual donut. What the? Okay, I figured that I'm going to make some more typos. Let's connect these. And also let's make 3 more, right? Heart, mallet, and sandwich. Why am I spelling sandwich like this? I'm an idiot. Not that I haven't seen the word sandwich written down a couple of times in the last year, so. Not like this, sorry. So this is the donut, even though it looks like a bowl. And now it looks like a donut. So yeah, I'm just going to clone these objects. So these are completely separate objects. I'm going to set up the hierarchies. And after that, I'm going to replace the object names and the object file names as well. So donut is done, heart is the next one. I guess this should be something that replenishes the health. Mallet is the next one. Which should be pure evil. So it damages your health, possibly the happiness, I don't know. So this should be something that is avoided. But since the player can only drop off items from the trailers at the designated zone for the creature, I figured that this should be a kind of funny thing, that if you manage to pick up an item that you didn't want, you are either going to have to feed it to the creature and take consequences, or deal with the consequences, or just, you know, leave it in your trailer, but then it will take up space. So sandwich is the last one for now anyway. sandwich. Good. And now that it is done, I'm going to save the project, close construct, and open it again. Maybe it's not necessary to completely close and reopen construct. I could just do the same with the project file, but it doesn't take a lot to open and close construct, as you saw, so why not? Okay, let's reduce the scale to something that is a lot smaller for this ball. Okay, this is pretty good. Maybe it should be a little bigger. Oh crap, the freaking Z elevation is not correct in this one. That's sad. Okay, this might be a problem. Yeah, it's a problem for this one as well. And for this too. Crap. Yeah, not great. I'm going to need to edit these freaking models in Blender, I guess. Because I do need all of them to be in the bottom of the lowest point on the Z-axis. So yeah, let's just do that. And I know nothing about Blender, but I think I can manage to change this offset stuff. Hopefully. Right. Oh, I still don't have a title for the game, by the way, which is distressing somewhat. Yeah, okay. So Z. But if I just do it like this, with, you know, okay, this is alright, I think. So export GLTF or GLB. Thanks Blender for remembering the freaking folder. So ball.glb. Okay. Although I think I might as well synchronize the file names because I renamed them after I imported them. So this should be called item donut. This should be called item bowl with a little dash. Item apple. Item heart. Item mallet. Skip the meat part. And item sandwich without a T. Okay. So if did I overwrite it or did I not? I'm going to do that one more time just to be safe. So this is item bowl. I'm going to overwrite it. Okay. And let's go for the next one. Is it cool if I just delete this? I don't know, hopefully. Import GLTF. What was the other saucy one? So the donut. Essentially, the problem is that, crap. Yeah, maybe the apple was from a Kenny library and the other one's from the other one. I don't know. This is definitely from the K-Kit stuff. So, okay, so heart is saucy. I can't really determine if the donut is saucy, so I'm just going to leave it as is for now. I will definitely need to fix the heart, so let's just do that first. Okay, good enough. Okay, so item heart. I'm going to overwrite these. And since they have the same file name, I can just drag and drop them, and construct will prompt me to confirm if I want to overwrite the files, which I exactly want to do that. Oh, that wasn't the sentence, sorry. So I want to do that, but it does not update once again. So I'm just going to save, close, start construct again, open the project file. And now it should be fine for these models anyway. By the way, the heart looks bad. This is a problem because it had some shading stuff on it and it's not an albedo texture, so maybe I'll just remove the heart altogether. I detected this part a little late. Yeah, crap. Or I think I can add the SSAO stuff and it will give me some shading, hopefully. This is another add-on that is third party, so it's not a part of construct. and I just use it like this, usually, on the main layer, although some objects might be, yeah. So yeah, as you can see, there's some shading going on now. It doesn't look good, but it's better than nothing, I guess. So I don't know if this radius should be higher or lower or what. Yeah, this is maybe a little more subtle. It looks sus, but then again, everything looks sus because Construct is not a 3D engine, and also I lack the 3D skills. So I'm just doing stuff that I feel is better than the previous one. Okay, good. I'm going to need to make some adjustments. So the scale is way too big right here. I'm going to synchronize the position. Also, well, I'm going to do that here as well. Okay, so the donut is quite big too. Let's just go with something smaller. Maybe a little bigger. And I'm also going to adjust the sprite, the item object, because this is also acting as the collision polygon. I guess it doesn't need to be completely square or circle, so why not do this? Okay. This freaking meat mallet. I probably want to adjust one of these angle properties, but not this one. Also, I might want to do some swanky tweening rotation or something for the items, so they might look good if they are moving a little on the z-axis constantly, like a sine or something, and they could also rotate. We'll see. I'm just going to make a note of this. Yeah, okay. So let's, okay, this is the one I was looking for, and once again this is a problem because the Z elevation is bad for this. Also, it's a little silly that I'm using the fucking meat mallet. Yeah, whatever. I could probably replace it with something else. Okay, sandwich, good. Yeah, this is fine. This is not fine, so I'm just going to open it and fix it. So GLTF mallet, and question is, I might need to do the whole thing like this. I hope no 3D artists are watching, because this must be a pain to witness. Because I'm pretty sure there are like keyboard shortcuts for centering stuff and blah blah blah. I don't know. I have no idea, but I don't care. I'm just going to see if this works, and if it doesn't, I'm going to choose a new model anyway, because I'm not really attached to this meat mallet. Okay, let's do a new import. Crap. Okay. Lunch break. This late? Flavius. Bon appetit, by the way. Enjoy lunch. Okay. Now let's import. Replace. I'm going to save, reopen, and see if something changed for the better. kinda, seemingly. So let's reduce the size, and also the position should be in the middle. Okay, this looks a little weird, but I think it's fine. It's fine. I'm going to reduce the collision polygon, which is good, because the smaller it is, the harder it is to pick up, and this is a bad thing to pick up, so yeah. All right. Now, what I really need to do is to make some templates and macros for these templates. So I don't think we have any template macros, not yet. So let's do these. So item, whoops, I can't type. Apple. Item, no, I don't need this, just this one, because this is the thing that I'm going to put in the template. Name, and I have 6, right, in total. We'll see. So bowl, then donut, then heart, then mallet, and finally sandwich. Typo. Good. Okay. Right. So I'm going to correct myself, but never mind. Okay. So I need to select these, which is a little tricky, and put in the right name. So this is Apple. This is bowl. I'm not going to copy it. Right. Position, boom. Crap. This is donut. So when I'm spawning an item, I'm going to choose randomly from these templates, and hopefully it will work, but it really should. Also, whoop, crap, 1 second, sorry. I'm getting some messages, but they can wait, seemingly. Oh, 1 second. Okay, I'm going to set a little timer, an alarm. So I'm going to end the stream in like 2 hours roughly. And the finishing touches I will have to apply off stream, but these should really be just balancing and stuff like this, but we'll see. I have no idea how if I will be able to manage to get a proper working reach a proper working state of this game, but we'll see. Did I do this? Yes, I did. Okay. So this is heart. This is mallet. And this is sandwich. I just realized that I don't have any drinks yet, so yeah. I chose these assets at random, but I will definitely need to add some more. So this is not the final selection. Okay, so when I'm spawning the items, where is this part? Right here. Okay, so this is where the item gets spawned. So I just need to use the choose expression, which is just a random choice of whatever parameters I give it. And I can just list all the templates right here. I mean, technically I could add these into an array or some JSON stuff, but I am not going to do that because it will just take some time, and this is going to work anyway. So ToBuJam, I can probably do something like that, but okay, I forgot to increase the timer, or just I forgot to set a proper timer for the disappear timer. of the items. So I'm just going to say, create a constant for this item disappear interval, something like that. And I'm going to set it to 10 seconds. Maybe it's a lot, I don't know. So timer. I can do something like that because I'm using macros. So timer destroy, find all references, and then I see where I reference this macro. And of course it's in two places, once where I start it and once where it fires or ends. God damn it, my freaking voice is going. That's not good. Okay, so there's the little donut. I'm going to wait for a bit just to see if the timer is actually working fine. Okay, it disappeared, which is good. However, when it disappears, I think I might want to spawn a new one because right now it does not spawn. Also, I'm not quite sure how many items should I spawn at one time, or how many should be on the field at the same time. So I guess if one of them disappears, a new one should spawn again, right? That doesn't sound bad. So I guess I can just call item spawn in this case. But this does raise a question. Because once again, if the player is picking the item up when it's fading out, it will still spawn a new item. So I guess another way to do this is to wait for the end of the fade out, right? And if it faded out, then I will spawn a new one. This seems more solid, but still not great, but better. So item on tween, no, ended, played. I don't remember. Tween something. Also, am I tweening this? No. What am I tweening? The 3D model, I think. So item 3D tween on finished, yes, and tween fade out. And in this case, I want to pick the parent of the item 3D. Pick parent, which was the item. No, I don't even need to do that. I don't need to pick anything. I just need to spawn a new item. So yeah. Okay. This should work. I don't think I'm going to wait, or yeah, why not? A little testing. Okay, go away donut. Good, and the new one appears. It's a little sus that it's already just a donut, so something might be off. Okay, now there's an apple. Okay, so it was just RNGesus. Okay, there are way too many items. Why is that? I have a couple ideas. So I could add some logging, but I already know some places that cause this situation. So the timer, the disappear timer doesn't stop, I think, when you pick up an item, which is already a problem. So pick up, it should stop the timers, I mean the items, disappear timer, I think. No, sorry, the disappear timer. Yes, okay. Steamer brain is setting in. Timer destroy. It's not a disappear, it's a destroy timer. I should probably change its name. It's getting a little chilly in here. 1 second and I will be right back. I'm gonna turn up the heat. Hope you agree. Okay, so the randomized item stuff seems to be working. What is not working yet is the fact that we need to drop off these items. And also, before that, I think I want to make like some instance variables on the item object so I can set up how many points does an apple or a ball gives you on the various stats. So okay, I'm just going to name it like R health, R happiness, R hunger, and R thirst. I'm going to hide this because it's a state variable. I only like to show the rules which I actually need to change in the editor. And I'm pretty sure that happiness was the first one, right? Maybe not. No, it was health. Okay. My good old memory. Well, not good, just old. Okay. So now I can do something like... one second, these are freaking occluding, but yeah. So how much health should an apple give you? It's not the best thing to do right here. I should probably use a JSON file, but I really don't want to spend time on that. So yeah. Welcome back, Flavius. How was lunch? Health. Okay. I'm now thinking about using fractions instead of fixed values which I add and subtract, but I don't know. Okay, so the total values I want to see, which were the default ones. So it's 1000 for each, and for the hunger and thirst, it's the optimum is 750, although I'm not sure I'm going to use it. So yeah, let's just do something like it will be easier for me if I position these a little off and I set them later. Maybe I initialize them with the right position. So where am I spawning where am I initializing the items? Right here. Okay, so item 3D set position to item.x and item.y. This should work, hopefully. Although, to make sure that it does, I'm going to turn on the visibility of these. It was only a sandwich, so let's say it was good. Well, a sandwich is pretty good to me. I mean, I like sandwiches. So yeah, but maybe, yeah, it's a little thin for lunch. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it was a big freaking sandwich. Okay, so the position is alright. What the frick is this? That shouldn't be there. Now it appeared. What? Yeah, I definitely need to keep these on for the moment. This did not disappear. Why is that? I think I know. Yeah, I'm destroying the item 3D, but not the... Yeah. Okay, so I need to do the thing that I almost did previously. So I need to pick the parent. No. Item 3D, pick parent item, and I need to destroy it, sorry. Because the tween, for the tween, I think I added this destroy option, but I really don't need it. because I don't just want to destroy the 3D object, but the parent item object as well. So fade out. Let's see where we started, right here. And indeed it had the destroy and complete set to yes, but I'm going to set it to no. And instead, I'm going to catch the moment that the disappearing is happening or has happened. Still, the freaking rotation is not happening, but that's not horrible, I guess, especially that I'm using mostly circular items, although the heart is really not circular, and neither is the mallet. Yeah, there are still way too more items than I need to be there. So I might need to debug some more. Yeah. Okay, so item spawn, where do we call this? In a couple of places. When an item disappears, I spawn a new one. When I press the button, okay, this is not the, I don't use this anymore. When the vehicle is initialized, I spawn one item, which is alright. And also, when an item is picked up, I spawn a new item. So why does this spawning keep happening this many times? I think I know why. Yeah, so some items are disappearing. I really need to set some maximums on how many items there should be, I think. That would be the best. So I think the best way to do this would be to actually check how many items are there. And if there are more than the current maximum, then I don't spawn any new ones. So item max count, I guess. And let's set it to 2 for now. And where I'm doing the spawning, I'm going to do the safe method, pick all items. Or no, I don't need to do this because I can just say item, no, I can just say compare to values item.count, and if it's less or equal, then no. When do I want to do this? If it's less than the constant that I just made, item max count, then I want to spawn a new one. And if it's not less, but equal or there are more, then I really don't want to do that. So now there shouldn't be more items than 2. I'm going to skip some of these. Also, I think I'm going to increase the distance from the player. Now, the question is that, crap, I forgot something. Yeah, I do need to pick this stuff up because I only want to pick the items that are not picked up. So yeah, okay. How do I name this? Available items, item count. And just to be safe, I'm going to pick all items. Should this be called with a reference, with an already picked amount, and this is something that can definitely happen, but I need to pick all of them, and I only need to filter down to the ones that have the is picked up set to no, and set the value of available item count to item.picked count. I need to remove this, and right here I'm just going to add, or maybe right here I'm going to check the variable. If available item count is less than the constant, then I'm going to do the whole spawning stuff. Okay, this should work better, hopefully. I'm really thinking about this constant acceleration thing. Maybe it would be better. Did I see the fade in? Or is it just so fast? I'm not so sure I did. Sus. So init, opacity, yeah. Let's increase the time a little. No, it definitely does not fade in. Why is that? Yeah, the init custom action or function is definitely called. It should pick up the right item 3D instance, children stuff. It should set the opacity to 0 and fade it in, yet it does not. Am I setting opacity anywhere else? Unlurkies, that's good. Okay, it's definitely fading in, but it looks a little weird. And for some items, it doesn't look like it's fading in. Yeah, we got more items, Bernardo. Now there are 6 that you can pick up. And also, we have this freaking question. If you want to give your 5 cents, I would love to hear it. What happens if the bus is full, so to speak, and I can't pick up any more items? Because right now I can drive through all of them still, which is not great. I have no idea what to do about this, but I'm just going to move on for now, because I already made a little item for this situation. What to do with the item because when all trailers are full. Yeah, I don't know. Meanwhile, I'm going to make a new build just for the fun of it and pop it up on itch and move to a new version of the project. Ah, crap. Okay. What's the idea with the items? Do you need to deliver them? Exactly. Yeah, this is the next thing that I want to tackle anyway. Yeah, so I figured that there should be one spot or possibly more on the level where you need to drop off the items. And the way I thought it out in my head, and it might not work, is that you actually need to drive over this spot and press a button when the right trailer is above this spot. So it requires some timing. And then the item is removed from the trailer that is above the drop-off point or whatever, and that item is automatically consumed by the creature. Yeah, fading definitely not critical. definitely agree. Yes. Could you have a little friend in the middle and you deliver the items to them? Yes, this was the original idea. So I only put up the creature on the UI because it was easier, but the original idea was to have the creature standing in the middle of the level or something, maybe on some platform or something, and the drop-off point is right next to it. So I will really try to do this because it would be a lot better than just to have the creature on the UI, and in the word instead would be better. Maybe it's worth just delivering on collision, and then if you have time, you can look at input key delivery thing. I'm going to reread that, sorry. My brain is probably giving up soon. Right. Okay, yeah. So this, so you don't have to drop stuff up, drop stuff by pressing the key. Yeah, definitely, but this just means that you will constantly just drive through the drop-off point and deliver everything, which is also fine, I guess. Yeah. The reason I wanted to do this key thing, but yeah, it might be too finicky, is that you might not want to deliver everything to the creature. For example, I added this meat mallet, which will give a big hit on the health of the creature and stuff like this. So yeah, of course you always have the option not to pick it up, but maybe sometimes you do or something. But this might be silly once again. Yeah, I started doing this setup, by the way, for the various items. So all items can give health, happiness, hunger, and thirst values. But these should be minus because I'm going to add them. So I'm just going to add some random values here. And I already see a problem. Remembering 4 freaking stats for each item, I probably won't do the thing that I'm doing right now, that all items give bonuses, either negative or positive, all the time, or I need to put them on the UI or something. Okay, so this should be health, I don't know, a big value. Happiness, okay, maybe nothing else, just health. What if instead of going on the car, the mallet pops off one item that you are carrying? Random thought. I kind of like it, yeah. So the mallet is good in this case. And the random one, yeah. So it might not be good. It's essentially the smack of this game, right? Interesting. I'm going to add this to the to-do list, so... little question mark. Yeah, I can do that. The problem is that I also need to tell the player about this. But then again, this whole stat stuff is also a little shaky because I really need to tell the player which items are giving stat bonuses and which stat bonuses. So yeah. Right. Okay, this is in progress. Okay, drop-off point. This is definitely the next one I need to do because it's critical. I guess it would be probably bad, so it would create something for the player to avoid. It could even pop off more than one item, definitely. The player can always learn by experimentation. Yeah, I mean, it's a jam game, so they should be accustomed to this sort of thing and not look for a tutorial immediately and hints. Right. Okay, let me just make the drop-off point, and I will probably need to add some items because right now I have 0 drinks, for example, which is not great because, yeah, I really need to add some bottles of water or something. I'll check the assets soon, but first let's check the drop-off point and possibly put the creature in the world as well. And also I'm really thinking about this situation with the trees. Maybe the item spawner tiles, or I'm just going to rename them to spawner tiles. Maybe they should spawn the trees with a certain chance, a certain perchance. You know what? I'm going to do that right now. And if it looks like crap, I can still add some randomization like thing So I mean, like a noise-based placement of the trees. I just did it in another project, so I'm pretty sure I can quickly make it, which sounds like a famous last sentence. Okay, so I'm going to create a constant called tree spawn chance, which is horrible, but spawn chance per tile, I guess, would be a little more descriptive. And I'm going to give it like a 5% chance or something. Okay, so when I'm spawning the stuff, and now I'm no longer going to use the item spawner name, because I'm just going to say it's a spawner tile. And yeah, when I'm creating these, I can just sorry, that's not the right place. Okay, so when I'm creating these, I can also, no, where am I? Okay, right here. This is where I'm spawning spawner tiles. So I just need to make a little random check. Random 01 is less than 3 spawn chance per tile. And if this happens, I'm going to spawn a little tile in the middle of the spawner tile. I mean, I'm going to spawn a tree in the middle of the spawner tile. This might be bad, but we'll see. Okay, create object, tree 3D, right? No, a spawner I need to create, which brings up another problem. Yeah, okay. I caught up with chat. Good. Good. Okay, so spawners do not have hierarchies. This is all right. I do need to set the animation though to OT3D, but this is not going to work, I'm pretty sure. Uh-oh. Hello? Okay, something quite sus happened, possibly. Let's do something else. So, spawner tile created, and then I'm going to do this. Still, something is very, very off. It looks like an infinite loop or something. Okay. At first, I'm just going to restructure some stuff. Okay, so this is still correct. Now I just need to figure out what the frick is happening with the spawn chance check stuff. This should run only once. Okay, now it's better, but the trees are not there. But this is because I need to run the init function. And now it should be probably, okay, it's not broken. Good. Yeah. I mean, is this good? Is this a good thing that it does that? I don't know. Oof, okay. Yeah, the trees are quite big. Maybe I should size them a little slower. Slower, I mean smaller. God damn it, my brain is blah. Okay. Also, I need to resize this. Looks a little cursed, but never mind. Okay, just this one. The middle is in the middle, which is good. Okay. And also going to change the size of the tree to something more manageable. Okay, this is fine, I think. Can I go between the two? Ah, crap. I technically can, but I missed it. Okay, this is better. So the trees are not so big, so they don't occlude too much. Also, maybe I should bring the camera up a little. I mean, the elevation of the camera should be a little higher. What if I bump it up to 500? It will be a little more top-down type of deal. Well, it's pretty good, I guess. Yeah. Okay, let's make this drop-off point. However, before I do that, I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to make another coffee because maybe it will help with my with this exactly. So yeah, with the suboptimal state of my brain cells. I will be back in like 5 minutes, hopefully. I'll be quick. BRB. And I am now back. Is it a jam? Right. One problem. I have no idea how the drop-off point should look like. It should definitely be a 2D sprite on the ground, but I forgot to make an asset for it. I mean, to choose an asset for it, so I guess this will happen later. So right now I'm just going to create a sprite. And I don't know, it should be a square, circle, whatever. Let's make another circle. I always make circle, so this time I'm going to make a concentric one, just so it's a little more. It's off, not in the middle. Nah, whatever. It's going to be replaced anyway, so yeah, this will be our drop-off point. Drop, I guess, is fine. I am going to put it right here. And also, this needs to be an object that does not allow stuff to spawn on the overlapping tiles. So yeah, circles and more circles. My eyes are circles. Okay, let's do the whole spawner tile thing. So what the heck, Megatron, what did you do? Oh my god. Thank you so much for the raid. Holy crap. Thank you so much. I have not, I always said that I had never been rated, but I think I've been rated once or something. But not at this proportion. Wow. Thanks, whoever talked you into this. Thank you also. And welcome everyone. My name is Fodi. I'm a Hungarian game developer, I guess I can say that. And I'm making a last-minute game for the ToBuJam by the awesome ToBuGis, the streamer couple from Belgium. And I'm struggling a bit, and my brain is kind of giving up a little, but I have not lost hope yet, so hopefully we'll be able to salvage something from this. The deadline is quite close. Let me just check. Yeah, it's we are within the 3-hour limit. And let me just show you where we are at the moment. It's a little snake-like game where you drive around with this little truck that has a bunch of trailers attached to it. And you can pick up stuff like this mallet and this ball and this other mallet, and it gets placed on the trailer. And the feature that I'm about to implement is that you need to drop off these items at this drop-off point, either by just driving over it, whoops, trees, and possibly pressing a button at the right time to remove an item from the trailer, and then this creature will consume whatever item you drop off at this drop-off point. Wow, I said drop-off point way too many times. And some items are good for the creature, some are bad, some give them health, happiness, some reduce their hunger or thirst, which are also constantly decreasing or increasing. And yeah, so this will be a Tamagotchi game, I guess, but not really. But the theme was Tamagotchi for the jam. So yeah, this is where we are. Thank you so much once again. And yeah, I'm very grateful that you send the mega nerds right here. So yeah, if you have to run, by the way, happiness is now in the minus. That's good. That's definitely not sus. So yeah, if you need to take care of anything, Max, or you have to run, feel free to do so. And thanks again. I'm just going to check chat because oof, I did not expect this to happen. Yeah, words are eluding me. Nobody did. I saw you were live and I wanted to share. Wow, that's so freaking nice of you. Thank you so much. Gonna do some research on waveform / function collapses. Wow, wave function collapse is the best freaking thing ever. Feel free to lurk, but then again, I would be really interested in hearing about this sort of thing, but I guess I'll just have to catch one of your streams and see where you end up and what you are going to use this for, because I have used wave function collapse inside Construct, the engine that I'm using at the moment, but only for like simple 2D level generation and stuff like this. Wave function collapse is a bunch of implementations, thankfully, on GitHub with kind of permissive licenses. So I was able to find one that is in JavaScript, and I was able to hook it up with Construct, which is, the whole engine is running in JavaScript, so it wasn't that hard. And yeah, it's super cool what it does, and not that demanding on the CPU either, although I'm guessing that you might want to use it for some 3D stuff, which is, I'm guessing, more complex. But yeah, VFC freaking rocks. I think of using it for my city building. Yeah, exactly. So you will probably need to... The question is that, do you want to use the 2D version or the 3D version? Because you might get away with the 2D version if you're just using it for the building plans, so to speak. This sounds interesting. Gonna watch Beeks' stream or video on it to refresh my memory. I did not know that Beeks had a video on that, so that's one more thing added to the YouTube watch later list, I guess. Sounds good. Right, okay. So before I get super confused and stuttery, I was going to make this drop-off point. So let's do that. And let's check the to-do list as well. This is where we are at the moment. So items can be dropped off in a trailer size drop-off point. Trailer size is okay, maybe it's a little bigger at the moment. Next to the creature, which is interesting because right now the creature is on the UI and not in the world, but this will, I think, change. Creature will consume them immediately. Okay, so I just want to make sure that, yeah, okay, loose condition based test. This is something that I need to take care of because the issue that you saw earlier, you might have seen earlier, is that one of the stats went into negative values, and this shouldn't happen because then it should be just game over. Okay, good. I'm going to make the drop-off point. Maybe to the 4D transform, I don't know what, sorry, locations, I don't know. And place buildings on top of certain vectors, not sure yet. You love my accent? Well, it's a mix of everything that I listen to, so locations, right? Yeah. People used to tell me that it has mostly American, I don't know, elements, I guess, but yeah, I have no idea. But it definitely has that certain Eastern European vibe, which I'm guessing you heard quite a lot around Mags, I guess. So yeah, but thank you. So on drop-off point, right. I'm going to try the first implementation as I planned it originally with the extra button, but we already had a discussion with Bernardo, and I really appreciate any feedback, by the way. If anyone wants to chip in, I'm ready to consider everything. So he suggested that the drop-off point just should work automatically. So if you drive over it, everything that was in the trailer that crossed it should just be consumed by the creature, and that's it. It's good, but this also means that you will essentially remove everything that you are carrying at the moment because of the way the whole movement works. Because if you drive over this, then every trailer will cross that same position. But this could totally work as well, and it would be more intuitive, and you don't have to press a button. So yeah, I see the merit, absolutely. I don't know, we'll see. What I definitely need to do is to make a custom action for this drop-off point stuff, which I have named drop, and make sure that it grabs the item from the closest trailer that is overlapping it, I guess. So I'm going to do that now. Thank you for the lurk, Max, and once again, thank you for the raid. Super nice of you. I hear the Slav more, but might be because I live in Bulgaria. So yeah, I hear it all the time, I bet. Yeah, my accent holds, but my voice is not really, so I might end the stream in an hour or something, or possibly sooner if my voice completely gives up, so we'll see. Okay, so drop. I'm going to say activate, which is a sus word for this sort of thing, but this should be called when the player presses a button. And when the player presses a button, I need to grab all the trailers that the drop is overlapping. So trailer overlapping drop, and of all the overlapping ones, I need to pick the nearest one, so the one that is closest to the midpoint of the drop, which I also need to check if it's in the middle. Anyway, the origin. So trailer nearest to drop.x, drop.y, whoops, good, and that's it, I guess. And after I get the trailer, I need to grab the item from the trailer. So to do this, I need to pick an item by unique ID, and the trailer should have a item UID property set to the unique ID of whatever item is in it. And this means that I already have the item. So for now, just for testing purposes, I'm going to destroy the item right away. So if I press the button while driving over this thing, then an item should disappear from the trailer that is closest to the middle of the drop point, I guess. Right, okay, so for testing purposes, I'm going to add a little, or maybe just use this E shortcut. Drop, activate, boom. So I'm going to pick up some stuff and things. Now let's see. So what if I do something like this? E. That's good. This is not really. Okay. Maybe the collision polygon is a little off. Although it shouldn't be. But I distinctly remember that, yeah, okay. So the collision for the trailers are a little off. So these should just be squares, I think. I really don't need trailers to be like this, because the only thing that is actually colliding with stuff is the player, which is the truck. And it also has a little tricky collision polygon, but this is fine, I think. I might reduce its size a little. But for this, I can just go 1 pixel by 1 pixel and just a square hitbox or collision polygon. And I can just set it to roughly the same size as this, so 40 by 20. And I'm going to position it as such. Okay, so now it roughly covers it. Oh crap, one more thing. So yeah, I wanted to set a circular polygon shape. I mean, kind of a circle. Maybe it has a little more points than I need, but it's fine. I'm only going to have one or maybe a couple more of these on the level, so this is all right, I think. Okay, sandwiches, heart, stuff like this. Okay, I press E, now it's removed, that's good. If I do something like this, now the heart should be removed, I guess. Yeah, and now the sandwich. No, I'm too far off. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm going to reduce the size a little. Also, I need to figure out some sort of effect when the item should disappear from the trailer. Also, this is a little weird. I might have issues with this state. Yeah, I definitely have issues. I'm pretty sure that I'm not clearing the trailer when I'm removing an item. So yeah, item destroy is one thing, but I also need to do trailer set value item UID to nothing, which is shorthand for -1. So UIDs, unique IDs in construct, go from 0 to whatever, but they never go negative. So I'm using the special magic value -1 if I want to reference nothing, essentially. Storing object references is as easy as storing just a number. And if you want to signify that nothing is assigned, then you can just use -1 or minus anything, essentially, but I use -1 because why not? Okay, so now it should be better. Let me just try again. Because if I pick up a few things now, and for example, I'm going to remove the sandwich by carefully positioning it like this. And now if I pick up the heart, it should land in the second trailer. And now indeed it does. Good. Okay, this is fine. What else is in this? Items can drop out of trailer. Yeah, okay, creature will consume them immediately. This is the part that is not happening yet. So I think I'm going to create a custom action for the item called consume. Item consume, and I'm going to call this when this happens, or not this, but this. Item consume. Okay, so this destroy stuff can be moved right here, although I'm going to replace it with some sort of tween. I'm guessing that one thing would be, one obvious thing would be to move the item right next to the creature. Also, let's put the creature in the world. Right now it's on the UI layer, the port thing, so I am going to move them to the main layer instead. And I think I'm going to reduce the size of the creature because it's freaking big. And also I need to add a little mesh because I need to convert the creature to a billboard essentially. So the size is 64 by 64 right now, and the Z elevation of this point should be 64. The relative Y coordinate should be 100. And this just means that it stretches the mesh in a way that it looks like a billboard now. So here's the creature, here's the drop-off point. It should look something like this. I probably want to put the creature on some sort of platform. So I'm going to quickly whip up a little platform from this 3D shape that is actually stock stuff in Construct. I'm not even going to bother changing the texture for now. Just change the Z elevation to something that is not too big. And I can do something like this. So the creature should now be at Z elevation 10. So it's standing on the platform. Maybe the platform is a little big, so I'm going to reduce its size. Something like this, or I don't know. Kinda? Something like this. Yeah. And I will really need to look up some textures, but I'm pretty sure that I'm going to do this off stream at the end before the submission, because it's not interesting to watch. I mean, I'm not saying this is interesting to watch, but selecting assets is definitely not interesting to watch. Not for me anyway. I mean, I wouldn't watch myself selecting textures. Maybe someone else, but not me. Okay, right, drop. This I'm going to name platform. So creative, I know. And let's just see how it looks now, because the creature billboard might be a little tricky, especially if the camera angle is something like this. Yeah, this is not great. Yeah. So I might change the camera distance a little bit. This is the Y offset that I'm moving right now. I mean, it's kind of funny that the creature is actually just a flat sprite, but yeah, not great either. Okay, I do need to fix some things because the platform that I just added and also this drop point are still not stopping stuff from spawning. So items and trees can spawn on top of these, which is not great. So I'm just going to fix that. So the tree spawning thing, let's start with that. It has this 5% chance for every spawner tile, and I also need to check if the spawner tile in question has stuff overlapping it. So spawner tile overlapping another object, and let's check for the platform. If it's not overlapping it, then it's a good thing. And I also need to check if it's not overlapping the drop point. Yeah. Okay, this is fine, I guess. Not the best, but it could work. What I also need to do is to augment the item spawning logic the same way. So why did I not name this sheet correctly? So this should be a drop. And I'm going to choose this emoji. Okay. Neat. So let's go to the A item action sheet, and now this is where the spawning stuff is happening. So the spawner tile is checked for not overlapping with a spawner, and now it's checked for not overlapping with a platform or a drop either. Okay, the tree is again a little sus, because I just had some freaking trees on top of it, which is not great. What if I... Yeah, I know what's the problem, I think. The trees are spawning before the player, I think, right now. I think I'm going to do the lazy thing and just do this. But this might screw some stuff up. Yeah, this is definitely not good. God damn it, freaking trees. I'm thinking. Something's off with the item spawning logic. I'm also going to check for, oh no, this is checking for vehicles. Okay. So let's see where the first initial spawn occurs. Right here. Okay, I think I'm going to move this. So maybe this is a little better, I don't know. Or maybe here. No. Freaking trees still spawning nearby. It's tricky. Yeah, this is very much the trial and error method, as I'm just restarting the game to see if it's a little better. We'll see. Okay, let's do the consume stuff. So I need to change some values on the creature instance. So creature add 2 happiness, and the value that I'm going to add is item.happiness. No, it's not. Our happiness, yes. And do the same thing for all the other 3 stats. Hunger, and this should be thirst. Yeah. What I also want to do is to have a little feedback and let the player know what the items are doing, because if they don't, then it's not easy to spot sometimes anyway. So yeah, I will need to add some sort of UI. The question is, how do I want it to look? Do I want it to appear in the world? Like a damage number kind of, so above the item that was just activated? Or do I want it to, I don't know, appear next to these bars? Just a little plus, minus, something like that. It could also work, I guess. Yeah. Neither are going to be great looking for this gem, so I'm just going to do the one that is a little easier, I guess. So let's just go with the text stuff. Also, I'm going to move the UI a little closer to the left edge, and I'm going to copy these text objects and place them, oops, right here. I'm going to change their horizontal alignment to left, and I'm just going to add some placeholder stuff. Okay, so I will also need to assign roles to these, And I will also need to make sure that these are not visible by default, because I want to flash them for a little while and then fade them out after an item is activated. So yeah, that's it. Roll. Okay, let's just copy these from the related bars. Hunger, happiness. Whoa. Oh no, sorry. I thought I spotted an error, but not this time. Yeah, then hunger. And finally thirst. Okay. Also, these bars are a little too big, I think. I should probably reduce their size. I don't know. It's not horrible. Not great, not terrible. But yeah, I'm going to change the font size and also the size of the bars a little. Let's go down to 8. I said 8. Okay. And make them a little more dense. Tune. By the way, the music we are listening to is very much the music that Boom is listening to most of the time. Because I started building a playlist from the songs that I hear on her stream because they are freaking awesome. Okay, so I'm not saying this is good, but this might be looking a little better than the previous version. So, okay. I guess I only use these roles once, so this should be okay. If I run the game, these shouldn't appear at all. Good. However, I will need to add tween behavior on the whole UI text object family, or just object type. And when an activation happens, oh, I thought I heard the cat, but I did not. Good. But she's somewhere around. Oh yeah. Off camera. Okay, so consume. Right. So I need to pick a bunch of UI text instances. Variable, compare variable, role, and let's start with health was the first one. And do the same for these. Role, happiness, then hunger, and then thirst. And what we need to do is text set text to something that is I'm going to look something up quickly from the construct docs. I'm pretty sure that this sign stuff returns 0 or 1 depending on whether the number I'm passing it is negative or positive or something, but I'll just quickly check, because I do want to show a little plus when something is added to a bar and a minus when something is subtracted, but this one is automatic, so this shouldn't be a problem. Retrieve the sign of something. Okay. -1 for any negative number, 1 for positive number, 0 for 0. Okay, that's good. That's all right. So if it's 0, I don't even want to show up, I think, anything. So let me just check if item variable are happiness. If it's not equal to 0, and I can do the same thing for these as well. So I only pick the text objects if the related value is in fact non-zero. health, happiness, hunger, and thirst. Okay. Let's get back to the set text action. UI text, set text, and now I can do something like sign, or I don't even need this. Essentially, I can just do something like item.rHealth. If it's bigger than 0, then I know it's positive, so I want to add a little plus. Otherwise, I know that it's negative because it's non-zero because of this condition. And now that I have the plus or minus, I just concatenate the absolute value of the same variable. So rHealth, for example. I guess this is one way to do it. I already know a better one, but I'm not going to bother. So let me just copy this. So this should be our happiness. I really don't know why I decided to go with 4 different stats. I mean, 2 or 3 would have been more than enough. But I guess I had to go there. More opportunities for bugs. Always good. Yep, okay. Also, when this happens, I need to do a couple things. I think we already have a fade out tween tag, so let's just say UI text, or just text, stop tween opacity fade out, if it's already fading out. Then I need to set the opacity to 100. And then I need to, yeah, this really should be separated out, refactor, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to make a to-do comment, to do refactor. Bang. Nice. And now I just need to start a tween. So UI text, and I need to tween one property, which is tween opacity. And it's the fade out kind. So I'm going to set the right tag. And it should fade out in, I don't know, 1 second. I'm going to choose a nice little easing for it. Something that starts slow and ends quicker. I don't know, in cubic, why not? In cubic. Yeah, and now the horrible thing happens. I'm going to copy this. Which is not great. Also, I messed up the order. Not that it matters a lot, but yeah, okay. I guess this should work, but we'll see. Oh no, I forgot about the visibility. So I need to do text visible, visible. Or somewhere here, I don't know, at the end, possibly, because by default it's invisible. But yeah, once it fades out to 0, it's essentially the same as non-visible, so I'm just going to leave it as is. Okay, so I'm picking up a couple items. Just apples, what the freak, RNG, never mind. Boom. Nothing happened. I screwed up something, yeah. The bars are definitely outdating, which is a relief. The max and yeah, the minimum is not kept, so it's not, the max is not even taken into consideration, I think, which is a problem. I'm just going to quickly fix that, and then I need to find out why is this situation happening. If it's non-zero, then it should blah blah blah. Okay. Opacity is 0, yeah. Okay. No idea. I haven't spotted it yet. Anyway. Are these on the right layer? No, they are not. Okay. That's the problem. It should be on the UI layer, of course, which is 2D and non-parallaxing. So yeah, this was the issue. Let me just quickly check and then fix that bug that I encountered. Yep. Okay. Collision much? Okay, correct, it appears. I think I might want to add some border around. Maybe the font should be white, and yeah, let's just make that happen. So meanwhile, let me check the remaining time. A little more than 2 hours, not horrible. Okay, so text. I always forget the freaking BB code, so I'm just going to look this up in the construct docs as well. So under plugins, there should be text. And I need to use two, definitely, one for setting the color and one for setting the width of the border, and it might look terrible, we'll see. So line thickness and outline back, these are the two that I use. Okay, so I am going to select everything, I mean not everything, but just the text. Change the color to white, same here. And also I am going to add this, so the outline back should be black, and also the line thickness should be something. I'll check. What if we go with 4? You don't need to close BB tags, but it's not a bad thing if you do. Okay, it looks quite bad on this font, but I am just going to ignore this. However, it's a little weird with the letter spacing, but I'm not going to fix this either. So I'm just going to copy this BB code stuff, paste it on the other static text instances. And also I'm going to put it in a constant, which I can reference, and make sure that these are used on the other text objects as well. Yeah, let's do that. So C BB code outline. This is the initial value, boom. Okay, and now when I'm referencing these texts, I can just paste this constant before the actual text. So C BB code blah blah blah. This is good. I'm going to copy this part and paste it in the other instances. Good. Oof, let me finish my coffee and see how it looks. Okay, not bad. I mean, it's a little more readable than before. This is fine. I think this is actually pretty good, but yeah, I definitely need to place the oh, I need to fix a couple things actually. Yeah, let me just bugs or something. Platform collision, bar width clamping, definitely. I don't remember if I had any more bugs in the last 10 minutes, so let's just start with that. Yeah, I think I'm going to check this because this is essentially finished. Items can be dropped off in the yeah, creature will consume them immediately. This is also ticked. So yeah. Okay. We are not in a horrible position, even though the game looks pretty bad. And there are probably a bunch of bugs, and more pressingly, the balance is nowhere near the optimal one. But feature-wise, we are not doing too bad, I think. Considering that I started making this like 6 hours ago or something. How long have I been streaming? 4.5 hours, yeah, so 5 hours ago. Yeah. And also I I did some initial development yesterday evening for an hour, possibly. So yeah, this is like 2 or 3 ToBuJams worth of development time, I guess. And the initial plan was to actually submit the first version for ToBuJam, but then I figured that nope, that's not gonna happen. And now seeing that I'm still adding features, I made the right call for not attempting that. Okay, so yeah, let's fix those bugs. One of them is not exactly a bug, but the platform is definitely not colliding with the player. And I also want to move the drop zone a little farther from it, so it's easier to drop off stuff and not hit the creature platform. So I'm just going to do the lazy thing and add solid to it, and boom, construct takes care of the collision, hopefully. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, it looks bad because it slides in a sussy way, but I don't care. For a jam game, I think it's acceptable, and it's a little funny. Or maybe not. Maybe it looks bad, but yeah, not too bad, I guess. Let me just check if I turn up the frictional just a little, if it's any better. Yeah, I don't like it. No, I'm just going to disable the friction, so it's quite easy to slide across or slide along surfaces, especially the platform, because it has like a flat side. So yeah, and hitting trees is also not a big problem at the moment, which is not great because that makes the trees kind of useless, I guess. By the way, thank you so much for the follow, Lupin, if I'm pronouncing your name right, but please do let me know if I'm not. Okay. Let's drop some stuff off. I think I want to add some effect for the trailer as well, so it should flash a little, I don't know, maybe add a little color tween, I don't know, possibly. It's not bad. I mean, the controls are okay. Dropping off stuff is pretty good, because pretty easy, because once you actually cross the drop zone with your vehicle, the truck, you will definitely just need to press some buttons at the right time, because the trailers are just following the truck's position and angle with a distance delay, essentially, not a time delay. And also, this is not using physics or anything, so you can be absolutely sure that wherever you go with your truck, the trailers will go on the same path. Okay, let's take care of the other bug. So platform collision is all right now. It wasn't necessarily a bug, but definitely a nuisance, because I forgot to add the solid behavior on it. And now I'm going to take care of the bars, because right now they can be bigger than the actual initial size. So how or where did I do that? Okay, so there's a timer for one thing that manipulates one of these or all of these variables, but this is not great because there are more than one place where this sort of thing happens, and I don't want to add a bunch of clamp stuff anywhere. So let's just make a custom action for the creature, and let's just say update, whoops, creature update stat, or change stat, I guess, maybe a little better. And I'm just going to create a bunch of parameters: happiness amount, health amount, hunger amount, and thirst amount. So when I call this, there should be like a relative change to these values. Essentially, these things should happen. Creature change stat, and I'm just going to copy some stuff. So self.r happiness progress, and the same for health progress, self.r hunger progress, and self.r thirst progress. And these should just move to here, and happiness amount, health amount, hunger amount, and thirst amount should be used, but this is just moving the whole thing to a different place. What I need to do is to actually check if one of these amounts are out of the optimum range, saying that if one of them reaches zero or the max, and this is a problem because right now yeah, some of these amounts are good if they are high, and some of them are good if they are low. So hunger and thirst are actually increasing with time. Not a lot, but they are definitely increasing. Happiness and health are decreasing. So I need to check if the right values are actually within the optimum range. Okay, so I'm just going to check if directly interface with the variables. So creature variable instance, or I mean instance variable. If happiness is less or equal than 0, then this is a problem. And also I'm going to do the same thing with a couple other conditions. So if health amount, or no, just health is less than equal or to 0, then hunger is greater or equal, or let's go with greater. No, let's go with greater or equal. Then self.r hunger max, and do the same with thirst. So if thirst or hunger reaches the maximum value, then the creature is dead. Oh, also, let me just add something to the list. Creature animations, because I also made a bunch of variations for the creature. 8 variations to be exact. So this is where the creature is dead, because one of the stats have reached the minimum or maximum point. So in this case, I just want the creature to signify that it is dead. Creature set value is dead, yes, which is shorthand for 1. And in this case, I need to do the same thing as I did at least at one point with the vehicle colliding with a tree, but I disabled this. Yeah, I'm going to keep it disabled, so I'm just going to say I'm going to create a function, not a custom action, because this is global, called game over. And if this is called, then the game over screen should display, and that's about it. And everything should stop, I guess. Right. So, where was I? Okay. Right here. Okay. So creature is dead. Yes, this is just to signify that it has reached this state. I should probably stop the timer as well. I can probably stop all timers, not that there are more than one at this point. And also I need to do this clamping thing, so instead of add2, I'm going to say set value and clamp self.happiness plus happiness amount, and the lower value should be 0. This is always 0, and the upper value should be self.r happiness max. Yeah, and I need to do the same thing for the other things. Yeah, I'm just going to edit these as well. Health amount, health max, hunger amount, and hunger amount, or hunger max. Yeah, this is the right one. Now the last one is thirst amount, self.thirst max, I guess. So now the values shouldn't go outside the minimum and maximum ranges, and if one of them reaches the minimum or maximum, depending on which one it reaches one of the loose conditions per stat, then the whole game should just stop. And this, I'm just going to do something very lazy at this point. I'm just going to set the time scale to 0, which means that the game will pause essentially, and I will also add some UI stuff like a big game over text or something, which I'm just going to do right now. And then I'm going to take a super quick break, and we'll probably wrap up soon, but not for another half an hour or something. Okay, so okay, this is the super lazy version once again. Wow, this freaking outline looks horrible with this font. That's not good. Ah, crap. I guess I will get rid of it. Yeah, I usually use sprite fonts, but for some reason I made the decision early that I'm not going to do that in this game, although I really should have. Line to layout, not layout, viewport, center. Good. Okay, so this shouldn't be visible by default, of course. It is on the main layer, and it should be on the UI layer, and I created a new role, so I'm going to create a new macro for this. Role game over string game over constant boom. Okay, and when this game over function is called, I'm just going to pick the text which has the role game over and make it visible. Set visible, visible, boom. I guess that's it. I mean, it's not great, and it still needs some sort of time counter or something. What happened? Okay. This is called too soon. So change stat. If even one of those are outside the range, then okay. What did I screw up? Where am I calling this? Only one place, right? Yeah, kind of, but I think this for some reason happened before the creature's things are initialized. But no, it shouldn't happen. Let's just see again. Okay, it's definitely game over very, very soon. Okay. I'm going to run the stuff in debugger and see the values myself. So let's go to the creature and let's check the variables. So health, happiness, hunger, thirst, these are nowhere near the values that make the game stop. This is weird. What did I screw up? because I initialize everything right here, then start a timer which calls this change stat stuff. So at this point, there's a problem, definitely. So yeah, okay, fixed. It was a kind of a typo. I compared it to a wrong variable, the thirst. So yeah, let's just drop off some stuff. The freaking meat mallet should damage the player a little. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to disable the visibility of the items, of the item objects, because these are just for the collisions and they shouldn't show up. I really need to get something done texture wise or yeah, graphics wise, because the ground is still horrible, the platform is terrible, and the drop-off zone is horrendous. So yeah, but first let me just check the to-do list. I do need to do the creature animations as well. Game over screen is kind of done. I guess it is done. Not great, but it works, I guess. I don't think I will have time to add the proper menu screen either, so yeah, I'll be just happy if the game is mostly working. Okay, I am going to take that bio break that I mentioned, so I will be back in 2 minute stops. BRB. And I am back once again. So yeah, I'll probably end the stream quite soon. I just want to make one more thing, possibly two. Creature animations. So yeah, even though it's not super critical to the mechanics, but I guess it's fun, so why not? I have a bunch of animations, all generated with the Kenny Creature Mixer, low effort, but I think it's quite cute. So yeah, based on the happiness, one of the animations should play, and based on the health, a certain variation of the same animation should also play. So what I need to do is to switch between the animations of this creature sprite based on changes to the stats. So I might want to factor in the hunger and the thirst part as well, but for now I'm not going to. I'm just going to take into account the health and the happiness. So it should probably happen in the same custom action, because this will be called quite a few times. And also, it should be called right here, change stat with all zeros. So the animation will update right away after the initial values are set. So in this case, I should add some death animation, or dead animation, which is something I forgot. But otherwise, I just need to set the animation creature set animation, and this is where some string glue magic comes in. So it was H, I presume. Then there should be a number based on the happiness. So okay, this is the most embarrassing part of the stream, I'm sure, but since my brain is fried, it's going to take some time, I guess. Okay, so the happiness goes on a 0 to 1000 scale at the moment, which means that I should divide happiness, creature.happiness with creature.rHappinessMax to get a fraction. And this should be multiplied by 4, and 1 should be added to it. I mean, I'm grasping straws, but something like this, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. Let's put this whole thing in a bracket, and after that, I will need to decide whether I want to see, whether I want to switch to the weak or the buff version. And this should be dependent on the health of the creature. So if creature.health, I'm going to put another stuff in brackets. So if creature.health is less than creature.rhealth max times 0.5, so under the health, if the health bar is under 50%, then I should add the word weak, and otherwise I should add the word buff. Yeah, I don't remember if there was a separator character between the two. Yes, there was a dash, so let's just do that. Yeah, I would be very surprised if this works for the first time. Meanwhile, since the animation switching might not occur, I'm just going to log this as well. Yes. And also, to make this a little easier to test, I am going to set the initial health to... I'm going to save at first, and then I'm going to set the initial health to the max, which is 1000. Health progress should be something faster, so I'm just going to multiply this and also the happiness progress. So happiness max, oh yeah, we are nearing the end of the stream. I had a little alarm set, but yeah. So yeah, let's just start this as well from the max value and see what happens. I think I'm doing something backwards, definitely. Let me just see that again. So yeah, it right away starts with the buff version. I think I definitely screwed something up. So there's buff and weak, and the buff ones have the big arms and the weak ones have the small ones. So H1 is actually the worst happiness, and H4 is the best one. I'm just going to log some stuff to the console. Yeah, something is definitely off because I forgot to round. So this, should I use round or should I use floor? That's the question. I think I'm going to use floor. Right here, right? I would guess. Yeah. H4 buff is playing, then H3 buff, then H2 buff, and then H1 buff, which is good. But the buff situation, the health is not really draining that fast. Let me just fix that. Let's put it in sync, or maybe, yeah, this is fine. If it drains at the same time, then we'll definitely see it. Okay. I mean, it's a tiny thing. It doesn't matter a lot, but yeah, I guess it's all right. Okay, I'm going to restore these values. I'm not sure what they were at, but I'm going to randomly select one here and maybe another one here. And health in it was, I don't know, 750. Happiness in it was 600. I don't know, something like that. Yeah. Maybe it should be a different one. Yeah, this is balancing that will definitely not happen properly by the deadline. Yeah, sorry, but it was faster. Yeah, freaking spam bots, right? Unbalanced description. Go yourself. Okay, so I guess the animation stuff is all right. It's working. Now the creature is quite sad. If I add some stuff, then it perks up a little, but yeah, I didn't do it fast enough, so Oh god damn it, the meat mallet. Yeah. Yeah, health drain is super fast. I'm going to use lower values. Okay, logging is no longer needed, I think. So creature animations are done. I still have 7 minutes till 7 o'clock, which was the cutoff point that I planned to end the stream. So I'm just going to quickly add the timer, because if I add the timer, then I can say that there's some sort of score or something. And because the game pauses at the end and shows the game over text, the timer will still be visible, and it will also stop because I'm changing time scale to 0. So it's super hacky, but whatever. And this means that you will have something to make a screenshot of that, you know, represents how good or bad you did with the game, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so let's just add this. So I usually do this thing with a timer. So I'm just going to do that as well. So timer every second, I guess, will be the tag that I'm going to use. And I'm going to start this timer on the creature, because why not? The creature already has a timer, so creature start timer. The duration should be 1, because it should happen every second, and it should repeat, so it should be a regular timer, and it should be the timer every second tag. And now I just need to create a state variable, the first global state variable that we're adding to this game, which is funny. I mean, I could store the timer on the player as well in an instance variable, but why would I? Time elapsed will be the name of this. It starts at 0, and every time the timer hits or fires, creature on timer every second, I'm just going to increment the value in this time-elapsed variable by 1, and that's it. So now we have a timer, but we don't show it yet, so I'm just going to fix that. I think I'm going to add the timer in the top right corner, because why not? I'm going to decrease the size of the devinfo stuff anyway, because that's not important, but I'm going to keep it in the game as well, just to, you know, just for debugging purposes and stuff like this. And I usually leave debug info in all the freaking Jam games anyway, so okay. Right. Boom. Delivered. Yeah, hunger ran out, so... Or did it? Oh no, yeah. This is a good thing. Yeah. These bars are a little confusing. I should really add some color coding stuff to it, so... Bars, UI, bars, color, depending on good, bad state. So, for example, if hunger is up, it should be red. If it's closer to the 0 value, then it should be green or something. Yeah. Good. Yeah, timer. I was going to make a timer. I'm going to make a copy of this. Its role should be timer. I'm going to create a role for this. I'm going to size it right and top. Alignment. Yeah, this is on the main layer again. I forgot. Yeah, I'm not on the UI layer, but now I am. I'm just going to size it like this, because why not? And just replace it with this. Okay, so it should be visible, and also I need a macro for it. I mean a role, a macro, but a role, not a timer. So role timer string timer, good. And I'm just going to update it every tick, because why not? I'm going to do something like this, but instead of the dev info, I'm going to update the timer, or I could probably do the honorable thing and only update it once at the beginning, and once the timer, every time the timer fires. Yeah, let's do that. Although, you know what, screw it. I usually do a custom action on the UI text object anyway and do this thing over there. So I will probably do that at one point, but not before the gems deadline, definitely. So time elapsed. And if I remember correctly, I have a function that gets the time in a nice format. I just need to pass it the elapsed time. What? Time elapsed, right. Variable. I forgot its name. Good. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little sus in the beginning because of the zero padding stuff. But it's not horrible. But I think I'm going to fix it up a little. So I don't need the zero padding. Yeah. Okay, so now the game just needs some more items, I guess. Yeah, I was going to crank up this distance stuff, so the save distance between the player and the next item that is about to spawn should be something higher. So the player has to go to some bigger distances at times and possibly find the item, because right now I have no idea where it is. Interesting. Maybe this 500 value is a little too high, but I'm going to find it anyway. Oh, it's right there. Or maybe it's a different one because the timer elapsed on the previous one. Yeah, okay, good. Let's go with 400 for now. And I'm going to make a new build, and I'm going to wrap up because it's 7 o'clock. So as planned, I'm going to increase the version to 3 because I already have 3B, because I already have the version 3 up. Not that it matters a lot, but it was a quick test to see if it's better to turn off the death on collision part when running into a 3. So ToBuJam zip, all right, boom. I'm going to run the script that updates the game on the itch page, and while this happens, I would like to thank everyone who stuck around, and especially everyone who gave moral support and some great ideas and feedback during the development. It was very much appreciated, and I really like the fact that there are people who are interacting with me, because when I started streaming like a year ago, it was usually silence that I was talking to, which is fine because the primary reason I'm streaming is to get myself going, as in be productive, because sometimes I have difficulty doing stuff on my own at home. And yeah, sometimes I have the option to go to some friend's place who is also working on something, and this works out most of the time, but I can't really do this every time. So streaming is a good plan B to make me productive and work on stuff. And hopefully it's not too boring to watch anyway, so yeah. Okay, so build 3B is up. It has the little timer. It has some items, but nothing replenishes thirst at the moment, which is a problem. So I'm going to add some more items before the gems deadline, which is in 1.5 hours approximately. And also I will try to add some visual, not juice, but visual bare minimum stuff to the game. Where was I? Okay, right here. And also fix some other stuff, like I'm able to go outside the layout, which is, sus. Yeah. So thank you for watching once again, and I will be back probably streaming next week, because I am going to get back to our other game project, which I'm going to quickly show you if anyone is watching and might be interested in watching Construct 3 development by yours truly. So War on Oil is another project that we are doing at the moment, and this is V because contrary to this ToBuJam entry, This is a game that we are making as a team with my good friend Tibor, who is the graphics artist, and we also have a new friend who is making 3D assets. So yeah, this will be the game that I continue working on for the rest of the week, and I'm not sure when I'm going to stream. I still don't have a schedule, sorry about that, but I will definitely post stuff in the Discord, which we have. So if anyone's interested in this sort of thing and would like to get notified about the streams that I do and possibly the game updates, you can join the Discord server, which I just linked in the chat. And we have different roles, so you don't get notifications for stuff that you're not interested in. So yeah, be sure to stick around. And if you're a game dev or just an artist, sorry. So if you're a game dev or an artist or anything else, really, you can also share your art on the Discord. We are quite a small team so far because I just started promoting this server like a couple days ago, but hopefully we will grow into a bigger community at one point. Flavius, I'm going to check everything that you wrote. Raid reminder, thank you so much. Yes. Irregular human, dum-dum make game, okay. And Temptic. Temptic is streaming, that's good. Although I rated them last time, but I actually don't really know the other streamers that you suggested. So let me just quickly check the options. Yeah. Or ToBuJam, because yeah, I think I'm going to raid them because this game that I've been making is for the ToBuJam by ToBuJam. So I think I'm just going to raid them if that's all right. But yeah, Flavius, I would especially like to thank you for all your omnipresence, and the all the modding that you do. I appreciate it a lot because it's a really good thing that I don't have to, defocus myself and deal with this sort of thing. So thank you once again for sticking around. Right, I'm going to set up the raid, and as I mentioned, I will be probably back sometime this week, but I can't really tell you on which day. So join the Discord if you're interested. Thanks for watching once again. Bye now.